Good evening, and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everyone who is joining us tonight in person, on Boston City TV, and on Zoom. I'm going to ask everyone here in the chamber to please turn off the volume on your laptops or other devices so it does not interfere with the audio for tonight's meeting. Thank you. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the April 16th meeting link. For those joining us in person, you can access the meeting documents by scanning the QR code that's posted by the doors. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The meeting will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. The committee is pleased to offer live, simultaneous interpretation virtually in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdean, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. The Zoom interpretation feature has been activated. Zoom participants should click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. We'll begin the meeting with the approval of minutes. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the March 26, 2025 school committee meeting. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to this motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We'll now move on to Superintendent's report. I present to you our Superintendent, Mary Skipper.
Thank you, Chair Robinson, and good evening to everyone. Certainly nice to see everybody back in person for tonight's meeting. So many updates since the last time we came together. On Wednesday, April 9th, the Boston Teachers Union voted to ratify its 2024-2027 collective bargaining agreement with support from an overwhelming majority of the union. Later this evening, we will present the contract for your consideration and vote. After my report tonight, you will hear from Senior Advisor Megan Costello, who will give a short presentation on the BTU vote and what it means for educators and BPS families. Later in the meeting, we will ask for the school committee's support of that contract. I would like to take this opportunity to share my heartfelt thanks to the members of the BTU for their support of the contract, and to BTU President Eric Berg, who is with us here tonight. I'm grateful to you and to the members of BTU, your entire negotiating team, for the hard work, expertise, and commitment that everyone showed in this process. I also want to thank members of the district negotiations team, Mayor Wu's office, and the school leaders and district staff who spent many hours in negotiations. Our district has dedicated public servants on all sides of the table who care deeply about our students and equally understand the importance of our work. We look forward to sharing more with you later this evening. Megan is joined by Mayor Wu's Senior Advisor for Labor, Lou Mandarini, who will share a few thoughts on the contract. Additional members of the negotiating team are also here to support your questions, which we will later on in the presentation when I'll invite Lou to come up. Sorry. Additionally, I'd like to also inform the school committee that we've been quite busy on the FY26 budget process. On Monday and yesterday, the BPS team attended 4 back-to-back Boston City Council budget hearings at City Hall. We engaged in meaningful and informative dialogue with the council on many areas of our work, including academics, operations, wraparound services, and student supports, partnerships, and staffing. Under the leadership of Ways and Means Chair Councilor Brian Worrell, we started engaging with the councilors earlier in the budget process than we have in the past. This has led to productive communication between the district and the council. I want to thank Councilor Worrell and the entire City Council for their ongoing collaboration. On Monday, April 7th, BPS launched a new family-friendly registration platform called Great Starts, which is a partnership between the district's Welcome Services and Technology departments, with special thanks to the Mayor's Office of Early Childhood, which provided support and funding for the platform. Great Starts allows families to complete their registration on a mobile device. That means families who are more comfortable completing the application online do not need to register in person at a BPS Welcome Center. It also means that Welcome Center staff will have more time to support families who choose to register in person. Families will also be able to complete requests for services and evaluations through Great Starts, ensuring families receive the continuation of services that they're entitled to. We believe this will simplify the registration process for our families and allow us to streamline our communications regarding school assignments and wait lists for our families. The application is available in all BPS official languages. Families can register and find more information about Great Starts at bostonpublicschools.org. This morning, I had the pleasure of joining Mayor Wu, Executive Director of BPS Transportation, Dan Rosengard, Deputy Superintendent Tavares, and parents and advocates at the Rafael Hernandez Dual Language K-8 school in Jamaica Plain for a roundtable discussion of BPS transportation and the transportation report that was released publicly this morning. The report outlines the meaningful progress we've made since 2022, including reforming labor contracts, addressing staffing shortages, and modernizing our technology through the introduction of the Zoom app this past year, which has allowed BPS to systematically track student ridership for the very first time. The report also explains a new ridership procedure that will be implemented next month, which will pause student bus assignments based on non-ridership. This procedure will ensure only students who use the bus are routed for transportation. Again, I want to thank and say how impressed I was with the parents and the students that attended the roundtable. They spoke giving us both positive comments for the progress we've made and their experience getting better, and they also gave us constructive ideas about areas that they would like to see us continue to improve. The report can be found at bostonpublicschools.org/transportation. At the last school committee meeting on March 26th, I provided an update on the district's planning for the summer 2025 program, which is led by the Expanded Learning Team and Chief Sanchez in partnership with Boston After School and Beyond. As a reminder, 5th quarter Next Level summer programming will run from Tuesday, July 8th to Friday, August 8th. Registration is ongoing for all 5th quarter programs, which opened on Tuesday, April 1st, the start of our priority registration period. We have 9,500 seats at 93 school-based and community-based summer learning academies, 25 high school credit recovery programs, and 8 middle school course recovery programs. So far, in just the first 2 weeks into the applications, we have received 3,819 student applications for 5th quarter summer learning programs, with families making a total of 8,790 program choices. We encourage parents and caregivers to please visit bostonpublicschools.org/all-lowercase-summer to find information on a wide variety of fun, quality summer programs available at no cost to BPS students. Also, our expanded Learning Opportunities team is partnering with the BPS Helpline to provide in-person registration support for all families in multiple languages. All communications and enrollment options for all summer programming will be available in the major BPS languages. 3 weeks ago, BPS Specialized Services Office launched the Extended School Year 2025, or what we call ESY, our summer programming for students with disabilities. As of today, we've received 1,460 responses to our form, which has a few options for enrolling. To give you a comparison, at this time last year, we only had 613. We believe this is in part due to the transition to Parent Square and the language accessibility and customization of that platform. We've been able to share site assignments with families at launch and continue to communicate with families on a weekly basis. BPS families with ESY in their students' IEP will receive an invitation to register for ESY programming for summer 2025. Participation in ESY can enhance students' confidence, reduce learning gaps, and help them transition more smoothly into the next school year. Families may complete enrollment through Parent Square notifications or the Frevo enrollment database available on our website, bostonpublicschools.org/ESY. Families can also call, of course, 617-635-8599. I also want to just do a gentle reminder to BPS students and their families that registration for Future Boss, the city's summer jobs programming, is open to youth ages 14 to 18 and young adults ages 19 to 24 living in Boston. There's literally thousands of opportunities to fit any interest at locations across the entire city. Families and students can learn more at the city's website, boston.gov/all lowercase Future Boss. Before I close, with some of our recent bright spots, I also just want to share that tomorrow we have 87 BPS schools that will host representatives of the corporate, public, and nonprofit sectors as part of Principal Partners, or what we used to call Principal for a Day. In partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, CEO Jim Rooney, and hosted by Bank of America, the Boston Public Schools, and Boston Plan for Excellence, Principal Partners is a one-day event where partners join principals as they lead their schools through the activities of a regular school day. And tomorrow, being the day before April break, will be quite a school day. Lots of energy in the schools. More than 600 schools have hosted partners since the first event held in 2003. When I was a school leader in BPS, the partners I met through the program helped me to expand and create so many different opportunities for students in my school, and literally built a network of dedicated champions and resources for us. It's also a chance for our school leaders to share what their school and work day are like with their principal partners, both the challenges and rewards of their roles. I'm proud of our incredibly talented principals, and I'm excited for our partners to learn more about their work and to see all of our staff supporting our students. And I also hope that this is a chance for our schools to forge impactful connections that will directly benefit students in school communities. And now just a few bright spots. So yesterday, the Office of Specialized Services held the Spectrum of Possibilities here at the Bowling Building in celebration of Autism Acceptance Month 2025. This event celebrates the spectrum of neurodiversity in our BPS community. Attendees included families, staff, and community partners, explored interactive activities, and visited resource tables highlighting the supports and services available for students with autism from ages 3 to 22. It was a learning opportunity for everyone who attended, and just thank you again to the organizers for putting together a really special event. Students at the Umana Academy K-8 school in East Boston this week celebrated the donation of 25 pianos and the ribbon cutting of a new piano lab thanks to the generosity of the Long Long International Music Foundation. This is the 9th piano lab donated to BPS through the Foundation's Key of Inspiration program, which makes music accessible to youth by partnering with schools and communities. The event featured performances by Humana students Juan Diego Martinez and Martin Romero. We're grateful to the Long Long Foundation for their incredible partnership with BPS and for inspiring a love of music in our students. I'm proud to share that last month, the Josiah Quincy Upper School obtained its Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, or what we call LEED, Platinum certification, the highest level in the LEED rating system. This distinction signifies a building's exceptional sustainability performance, including energy efficiency, water conservation, resource management, indoor environmental quality, and sustainable site development. JQUS is one of only 4 LEED Platinum certified schools in the state. In addition, it has the further honor of being LEED version 4 Platinum certified and is one of 3 in Massachusetts and one of only 8 to be recognized at that performance level. Thank you to the HMFH architects, the city's Public Facilities Department, the Massachusetts School Building Authority and BPS Facilities, especially Catherine Walsh, Assistant Director of Planning, Engineering, Sustainability, and Environment, and her team. Congratulations to all on this major accomplishment. Last week, Mayor Wu and representatives of the Boston Red Sox, including, of course, Wally Antesi, visited with students at the Gardner Pilot Academy in Alston for the annual BPS Red Sox hat giveaway. The hat giveaway began in 2017 and is the district's unofficial start of spring. We are grateful to the Red Sox for their donation of more than 40,000 hats, which are being distributed to students and staff at 104 K-8 schools. A special thank you to Red Sox President and CEO Sam Kennedy, Red Sox partner and foundation board member Linda Henry, and school leader Catherine Atkins Pattinson for hosting the event and for all of her great work at the Gardner. And finally, last week, Golden Globe winning actor and comedian and 2013 Boston Latin School graduate Ayo Adibri visited the school and participated in a fireside chat with Mayor Wu about her career and experiences as a BPS student. Ayo visited with teachers and students and stopped by the students' Black Box Theater, where she found her second home as a member of the school's Yellow Submarine Improv troupe. Many thanks to Mayor Wu and Ayo for their time and to the City of Boston for live streaming the event. And Chair, at this time of year, there's so many more things that we could shout out, but these are just a sampling and a few. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I will now open it up to questions and discussion from the committee. I'd like to remind my colleagues about our agreed-upon norm that we each have 5 minutes per member per round, not including district response. When there is 1 minute remaining, I have asked Ms. Parvex to give a reminder to the members. She will also notify you when your time is concluded. Given that we have a packed agenda this evening, I ask all speakers to be mindful of the time and members to keep your questions and comments as concise as possible. Additionally, I'd like to remind BPS staff to please keep your responses concise as well. While we're mindful of time, I ask that everyone speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you. Questions, comments?
Yeah, I'll ask. Okay. Thank you for the update. I am curious just about summer programming. Last year when we were talking about when we were reflecting on summer programming at the end of it, we were talking about coming up with some like KPIs around the investment for each of the sort of program subsections or program types. Where are we in that, and is there something to share?
So the fifth quarter has pre and post, which we'll share out in the fall. And then the others all have metrics, like, for instance, credit recovery, where we look at the percent of students signed up, the percent of students who complete successfully, and then we look at other attendance markets. ESY has to do with IEP goals.
Yeah.
And so each of the programs now has things laid out.
And then, so there's data that is reviewed, but are there any like what is success? I guess, for each of the program types? Like if we're running a credit recovery program, cost benefit, like is there a
Yeah.
percentage of credits recovered or?
Right. So, I mean, I think we always want 100% for the credits recovered. I think last year we were between 85 and 90%. And so really working with the students who start to struggle with attendance in the program, that can ultimately lead to them not completing. I also just think in terms of fifth quarter, one of the big pieces we've been trying to work on is having continuum of student access. So one of the things we look at is the accessibility for students who previously would have been in ESY and not had other fifth quarter options who now are participating. And that's been something we've worked with Boston After School and Beyond with each of the programs to be able to increase their capacity to serve. Sometimes that is having staff who might be multilingual from BPS working side by side in the programs. Other times it may be our special education staff who can work to help support students so that they can access. But that's been a big piece along with the pre and the post for that particular one. And I think ESY, it really is attendance, completion, and then in terms of IEP goals for the fall, how does that help to make sure that students are not regressing in that, and also I think from a student side, we've been doing surveying to get a sense that students are enjoying the programming.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Garcia.
Chair. Thank you for the report. Nosotros, los fondos del título 1, mi pregunta va relacionada a los aprendices del idioma inglés y los fondos que no usaron las escuelas del título 1.
So my question is with regards to Title I for the English language learners and about the funds that were not used. That
Tengo
is,
entendido-
that is part of the Title I.
Exacto, porque estos fondos, cuando no son utilizados por las escuelas, van al departamento de OME, ¿verdad? Para que se usen en programas de verano.
My understanding that those funds that they were not used, they're sent to the OME.
Para que lo
or
usen para
so,
programas de verano.
so they can use it for summer programs.
Entonces mi pregunta es, ¿qué es el plan que tienen para los aprendices del idioma inglés? ¿Cómo van a utilizar ese dinero en su favor y provecho ahora para los programas de verano, teniendo en cuenta que hay muchos estudiantes llegando a Boston que no hablan inglés?
So my question is, what is the plan that you have on how to use those funds for the English language learners, knowing that we have a lot of students that are arriving? How are you going to use these funds for the summer program?
¿Cómo lo vemos reflejado en los programas de verano? ¿Qué son esos programas?
How
¿Qué
do we
plan?
see it reflect during the summer program? What are those programs?
Sure. So I will ask Chief Sanchez to just address the work that we do with OMME to ensure that really all students who are ELD 1, 2s, and 3s have the ability to participate over the summer. And then Chief Bloom, you might want to just come up and just reiterate the process with Title I and how it's actually a year ahead in terms of the roll forward for Member Polanco Garcia.
Thank you so much, Superintendent
Perdón,
Skipper.
específicamente para el verano, para los programas que van a tener para estos estudiantes.
So
¿Qué
just
dinero está?
want to be very specific. My question is to regards to the summer programs, the funds that were not used for Title I for these summer programs.
Yep, sure, exactly. Gracias, sí, claro, cómo no. And so for our fifth quarter planning, we work directly with our OMME department to ensure that we don't only have high school credit recovery programs or middle school credit recovery programs for our multilingual learners, but that we also have very personalized programs for the needs of advancing their language acquisition aligned with any credit attainment. So some of the things that we do with some of our Title I funding plus fifth quarter funding is around ensuring that we have not only high school credit recovery programs, but that they're specific for multilingual learners. So it's almost like a second program running simultaneously within our schools.
And there was also, right, Chief Sanchez, OMME provided multilingual teachers or bilingual teachers to participate with fifth quarter to be able to allow students to participate.
That is correct. We have approximately an investment of about close to $750,000 for our English learner teachers that are specific to these particular programs, ensuring that we're servicing our multilingual learners with teachers that are certified, as well as site coordinators. And we also include paraeducators depending on the size of the program, and community field coordinators for support.
Y gracias. ¿Cuántos maestros contrataron para esto?
And how many teachers did you hire for this?
Yeah, so I can actually sparse out the specific numbers for multilingual learners for you and share that.
Lo voy a esperar porque me interesa mucho saber que nuestros estudiantes multilingües en el verano van a hacer uso y provecho de ese derecho que tienen, ¿verdad?
Absolutamente.
De que los fondos que han sobrado, que escuelas no han usado, lo usen ahora para el verano.
Sí.
So I will be waiting for your answer because I want to know how the multilingual students will take advantage of the summer program. And it's their right. How are we using this surplus money?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll also be able to share specifically the programs that I've described, both for specific multilingual learners within schools and how those are actually aligned to our high school credit recovery and middle school credit recovery. Happy to share that.
Gracias.
Siempre a la orden.
And then Chief Bloom, do you just want to just once again explain our process for sweeping the funds?
Good evening, committee members, and Chief Sanchez stole my number, so there goes half of the things I had prepared. So each year we set aside a portion of every school's budget, as you know, for programs targeted at multilingual learners. The number that Chief Sanchez just described in terms of funding for this upcoming summer's program came from unspent funds from school year 23-24.
Year behind.
So it's a year behind. Any money that's unspent at the end of this year, so schools have until August to spend this year's money, will then be rolled forward for the summer after. So the number of, I think Chief Sanchez said 725,000. That funding came from sort of the excess from last year.
Right, and we've seen that as ESSER money has ended, schools are spending their title dollars to full, so there's less than what there would have been 2 years ago. But because title is a year in abeyance, it gives the time for us to know how much we have in addition to what we budgeted for multilingual learners. And that allows Chief Sanchez to properly plan and Chief Gramere to properly plan for OMME. So it's really a full year of planning in advance.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'll make it quick. You mentioned that we have a packed agenda tonight, and when we have school leaders here, we're often saying you have to go because you have to get up bright and early in the morning. And Superintendent, I'm thrilled Principal Partners is back, and I will be a principal partner in the morning bright and early. So hoping we don't go too late tonight, right, as will the chair, I think, and maybe some other fellow members. But Superintendent, one, I'm delighted that it's back. It's a great way to continue to build relationships with partners, partnerships that benefit our students. So I'm really glad it's back after an absence of a number of years. I wanted to call out, you mentioned the transportation report, and I want to call it out because I did read it cover to cover. So first of all, congratulations to the transportation team. I believe they were the primary authors of it. And I found it extraordinarily helpful because we talk a lot about the challenges faced by transportation, and to actually dig in and understand a lot of the issues, tearing them apart in plain language, the sections on what this means in practice was extraordinarily helpful. And I appreciated at the end how it tied to the Council of Great City recommendations, how it tied to the Transportation Council and the recommendations they make, but also how it looked forward on what the challenges are still in front of us, and where they talked about some routes that are not on time any day. And that's a challenge, and the obstacles to try to fix that. I just found it was excellent in its transparency, and I hope this is a model, and I'm interested, Superintendent, in how you see this model being used, and not just the challenges, but also potential improvements in the future, and what a vision look like. So I'm wondering how this could be a model for other areas that people focus on a lot as well.
Right. So excellent point, and also excellent question. I think, first of all, Dan Rosengard, who's our Executive Director of Transportation, just deserves like standing applause, frankly. And I say that because I think, transportation is one of those areas that you're just continually working at it, particularly in the complexity of a system like ours, with 22,000 students every day, 1,500 runs in the AM, 1,500 runs in the PM. And I think, as the report rightly showed, some of which we don't even have control over, because Dan and his team's jurisdiction covers the whole city, including charters and including parochial. And we don't really have much say in their start and end times and their calendars. So in many ways, Dan and the team have to figure this out to make it work for everybody. I think the amount of modernization that the transportation department's done, we certainly had a learning curve with Zoom at the beginning of the year, with the bus drivers needing to learn a new app and parents needing to learn it, in addition to new routes, in addition to greeting students at the start of school. But when we look at the data now that we have Zoom working, and there's room for improvement on it for sure, but working well, what we see is a March where from October to March we saw 91 to 92% increase to 93% average. And then historically, first time ever in the last 5 years, breaking the 94 threshold for on-time percentage in the morning. And so that just really, I think, is the result of a lot of the systems work Dan and his team have done, the modernization using Zoom. But probably one of the most impactful things is that Zoom now gives us an insight into ridership that, frankly, we never had. I mean, when I would tell colleagues in other large districts that we were keeping track of kids in buses using clipboards, it was hard to imagine that was our process here. But that was the history of how we kept track. And now with Zoom, we actually see all that data. It's operationalized. We know the GPS where the buses are. We can communicate with them instantly. We know where each student is in terms of ridership. And because of that, we're able to make procedural changes, like the ridership procedure that's about to change after vacation, to be able to run and schedule the routes for the students that are using the buses regularly. Yeah. And there's still opportunity if a student stops using the bus and then needs to come back onto the bus, we're fully allowing for that. But the point is, buses aren't going to wait at stops when a student's not going to ever come. And that's going to allow us to shorten routes and become more efficient. And most importantly, maximize instructional time for students in classrooms, in cafeterias, being able to eat breakfast before school starts and socializing with classmates. So I just see the report as a model for other parts of the operation within BPS that I think Dan Rosengard and his team, I think, Deputy Superintendent DePina, the intent is to take that operational efficiency report and actually have the other parts of our organization begin to follow suit.
Great. On transportation, it will be interesting next year. It's great that we got to 94% in March. It's also March, 7-8 months into the school year. Absolutely. And so it will be interesting if these improvements allow us to ramp up to that much faster in the future. I do also note, it was interesting reading the report, You know, New York was the only system that had roughly the same number of buses, and they were in the low 80%,
70s.
70s, and a much smaller district, Grand Rapids or something, I think, was in the 80s, and no other district in Massachusetts reports their on-time data. I found that fascinating. But I think the challenge is not only to continue and improve that number, but get to it much faster in the school year, not 7 months into it. And I do appreciate, I would love to see this type of report for other areas as well, where it's not only laying the issues out the issues clearly so people can understand it, talks about what has been done and what continue to be done, because it sets the roadmap, no pun intended, for the transportation department on how to continue to improve. And I applaud, by the way, seeing the athletics piece.
That's right.
That now is 100% covered. I think athletics was 100%, and we have
February.
talked about that at this table continuously a lot in the past. So I appreciate that was called out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question, and I don't want to take time now to get it answered, but I'm interested in learning more about the Great Start program, particularly thinking about the fact that now with K-0, we have children starting before the, parents starting when their children are still toddlers, and really would like to understand how we are messaging and getting the parents of our infants and toddlers aware of what the options are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's an excellent point. I actually think that we had talked about between now and the end of the school year, having the team update, just school committee with maybe 5 minutes worth of update on Great Starts.
Great, thank you. All right. All right. No other questions? I will now entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the superintendent's report is approved. Before we continue with public comment, we will receive a report on the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 7 minutes, and I'd like to remind our presenters to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. I want to invite the superintendent to give introductory remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. As I included in my SUS report, we have Megan Costello, who's our senior advisor, and as well as Lou Mandarini, who's the senior advisor of labor for the mayor, to give a brief presentation. I think just in terms of highlight, this contract includes wage increases for our employees, including a significant increase for the lowest paid. And I think that was an area that both BTU and our district felt very committed to. This also is an agreement that we believe because of that will help us retain highly talented staff, strengthen our teacher pipelines, and better serve our students with disabilities. But with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Superintendent, thank you. Chair Robinson, Vice Chair O'Neill, members, thanks so much for the opportunity to talk. I won't take a tremendous amount of time. I'm just going to give a global perspective from the mayor's office in terms of our sort of overall bargaining policy and how this fits in, and the two things that we want to lift up in particular. This contract meaningfully moved us forward on the inclusion model that BPS is trying to build in terms of staffing and supports. It builds on the 2022 collective bargaining agreement that we reached with BTU. If that contract was largely about removing language from the collective bargaining agreement that had been there for decades, this model was about building the language and the supports that would take its place. So from the standpoint of collective bargaining policy for the mayor's office, we always like to be looking down the line at what it is we want to achieve. So this continuum where we started in 2022 with removing language and building the model here, this is the way we want to do things. We want to be looking 2-3 collective bargaining agreements down the line. We did that here. That's significant. And then the other thing I would lift up, in terms of an overall policy across the city, across our 48 bargaining units, one key imperative for the administration has been lifting up our lowest wage workers. So it is directing more money or larger increases to the folks at the bottom who really need help. That's not something that the city has typically done. We've sort of always, over the decades, just given a straight percentage, whether you make $120,000 a year or you make 40. And frankly, that's something that we've sought to correct, and the opportunity to do it in the largest collective bargaining agreement in the city is a major win for us and for the paraprofessionals and the ABA specialists. So with that, I will wrap up and turn it over to Megan.
Thank you, Lou. And good evening, members of the school committee. We are thrilled to be bringing this forward tonight. Before we dive into the substance, I just want to take a moment to thank the team. I think that this team worked incredibly hard, and it's important to publicly acknowledge the public servants that do the work. Many long sessions late into the evening, on the weekends, as the superintendent mentioned earlier as well. School leader cabinet played a pivotal role in many of our proposals and joined us at various times during the negotiation. And also want to thank BTU President Eric Berg, who's with us tonight, and the entire team, who I see several members who I haven't seen in a few weeks. I think negotiations can often be times framed as contentious, but this really is just a conversation between two parties who have shared interest. And this was a very collaborative process. And as a result of that, we were able to successfully negotiate a contract that lifts up low-wage workers, makes progress towards supporting our students with disabilities, and identifies other operational efficiencies. So overall, this contract, wages and other costs, is approximately $180 million. The majority of that is for wage increases. And this approach, as Lou just mentioned, is very different from previous years. And it's part of the mayor's commitment and plan to lift up our lowest wage workers across the city. So rather than just the same flat rate, we took a different approach, offering larger wage increases for our paraprofessionals and ABA specialists. So all members saw a % increase, but each bargaining group had additional dollars that were negotiated. You can see here for the teachers, it was the percentages and a flat rate, and that money is continuous. Moving on to our paraprofessionals and our ABA specialists. This is really where we did a lot of the hard work, recognizing that our paras and ABA specialists contribute so much to our schools. So for our ABA specialists, we were able to create a new salary scale and moved them from a starting salary of approximately $41,000 to over $53,000 by the end of the contract. And for our paraprofessionals, there are 4 different groups within the bargaining unit. And our paras are hourly employees, so the specific job title determines what group they're part of, and therefore what their hourly rate is. And our paras can work anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, depending on their role. So for a Group 1 para, they will see up to a 30% increase for the starting step. But on average, this group will see a 25% increase, moving the average salary from just under $45,000 to over $54,000. And the 3 other groups that you can see here receive an average increase anywhere from 9 to 15%. This is significant for our workers, and it helps us, as the superintendent and Lou said, retain highly qualified staff and also create strong pipelines for the future. Inclusive education. This was an area where we spent a lot of time. And for a second contract in a row, we were able to make significant progress to ensure we are supporting our students with disabilities. The last contract, as Lou mentioned, was really about removing that outdated language that limited our ability to provide inclusive opportunities across all schools. And since then, we've begun the work to roll out inclusive ed. And for this contract, we were able to codify what we have learned and what we've already began to implement. As I said, this is an area that we spent a lot of time at the table discussing. Both parties came into this work acknowledging that the district's previous efforts to roll out inclusive practices, while aimed at the correct mission, we were not meeting our goal. And this was due in large part to the structure of the inclusive classrooms that we had, with a single teacher assigned to provide services. Our new rollout is redefining what inclusive practices look like, and we do believe that educators who are duly certified have an increased knowledge and skill set to meet the needs of our students, but we are creating a team-based approach so that no one teacher is the sole provider of services for our students. The work of this negotiation was to build the guardrails around that process and to ensure that there was the flexibility we need to meet students' needs, and also provided our educators with the assurances of adequate support. Another part of inclusive education work that we did here is the important part of that team is our paraprofessionals. They have and continue to play such an important role for so many of our students. And we will maintain many of the traditional roles that currently exist. But we've also created a new role of a para that will work across multiple classrooms with a special education teacher to provide services to students in alignment with their IEP. We have ensured that there is common planning time for that para and the special educator or educators they're working with, and these paras will be required to participate in 10 hours of PD specific to inclusive education, and this is going to be optional for other para roles. Operational efficiencies and reforms, there's a number of things here. We don't have time to get into everything, but collective bargaining agreements are about employees and their working conditions, but there are efficiencies and reforms that we can achieve to help streamline operations to deliver better services for families and students. Several examples here, but I think one that we really want to lift up that is a great example of something that works well for our workforce and also works well for students and families is the changes that we made to the newcomer assessment specialist work year. So families and students will now have access to language testing year-round, whereas previously there were some limitations with that. So working with the union, we didn't change the number of days that the specialists work in a year. It's still a total of 202 days, but we did more strategically schedule the specialists to cover all 12 months of the year using data for when we saw low and high demand for testing. We also increased the workday from 6.5 hours to 7 hours and 10 minutes, adding more time for testing, paperwork, and other things like that. There are several other reforms here. I'm not going to get into it because I am mindful of time. And so finally, I just want to talk about the next steps because really coming to the agreement is just the beginning of the process in many ways. So tonight you will vote on 3 things, the new contract, and also 2 requests to the City Council for the FY25 and FY26 supplemental appropriation of funds. They are expected to vote on that in mid-May. From there, our payroll team will begin working with our city partners to process retro pay for all BTU members. And at the same time, we're working with our union partners to integrate the new language and also working with our colleagues across the district to implement the agreement. And I think this may be a little bit too soon for everybody to start thinking about, but we will also start preparing for the next round of negotiations. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'll open it up to questions from members. Mr. John?
Yes. Good evening. There is no question from me, it's just a couple of comments. First of all, I really appreciate and I see the progress that the school is making toward pay differentials for lower wage people, that 30%, 28%, 25% are market improvement. I really appreciate that. And I think that that does say a lot about this administration attention to low wage employees. The other thing I'd like to make a comment about is the inclusion practice. While I remain guarded about the inclusion practice of the school, I do give credit and appreciation to the fact that the dual language, the dual license teachers are no longer working singularly. There are people who are going to be helped, particularly with students with a disability. I think that helps not only the teachers, but does also help students with disabilities. So again, I really applaud all that changes. I think this group, the negotiation group, is moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran.
Ms. Blanco Garcia.
Gracias, Madam Chair. Y gracias al equipo que trabajó. Yo sé que ha sido un trabajo bien arduo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the team working on this. It's been a very hard work, and I appreciate that.
resonan varias cosas.
There are a couple of things that I would like to mention.
Voy a hacer eco de mi colega Trump cuando dice que esos aumentos que van a tener ahora son magníficos.
So I'd like to echo Mr. Tran when he says that this increases, it is something that is actually very important. Those are great things to do.
Todos sabemos el trabajo que hacen nuestras paraprofesionales.
We are very cognizant of the hard work and every type of work that our paraprofessionals perform and do. We're very cognizant of that.
Este grupo de paraprofesionales hace un trabajo increíble porque suple muchas necesidades dentro del aula, de los salones de clase.
So this group of paraprofessionals, they do an incredible job because they help with an incredible amount of work that they do inside of the classrooms. They help a lot.
Y por mucho tiempo habían estado olvidadas.
So you have to say that this particular job or employee has been forgotten for a long time. That is the paraprofessionals.
Así que aplaudo mucho que ellos puedan recibir un aumento.
Therefore, I do applaud the fact that they will be getting an increase.
También resuena que ustedes han dicho que van a tener especialistas de educación especial y especialistas de evaluación para el primer año.
So it has been mentioned as well that you guys will have specialists for the evaluation for their first year and specialists that work in special education as well.
Y mi pregunta en ese sentido es, ¿los especialistas de educación especial van a estar en todas las escuelas?
So my question to you is the specialists, the special education specialists, will they be present in every single school?
Sure. I'll turn it to my colleague, Senior Advisor of Specialized Services, Christine Trevasoni, I think, to speak a little bit more about the role. Just to clarify, this is the special education para-professional role or the inclusion specialist?
De educación especial, no. Los especialistas de educación especial que mencionaron, que ustedes dijeron que iba a haber especialistas de educación especial.
So
Esto tomando en cuenta por la inclusión.
We're talking about inclusion here. So you guys mentioned that the special education specialist was mentioned, something like that, regarding inclusion specifically.
Great.
Thank you for the question. So there'll be two roles. One is the special education teacher who will be supporting and working in classrooms. And there's a new role, a paraprofessional role, which will be a specially trained role to work in partnership with that teacher to provide services in the classrooms in alignment with the IEP. So it depends upon the classroom and what the IEP say. If it says it could be provided by the combination of the teacher and the para or just the special education teacher.
And there was language that we worked on that does specify when these positions would be sort of triggered, for lack of a better word. And so this will be across all schools, and it will be looking at student need, the student IEPs to determine the right staffing.
Solo para clarificar, entonces estos paraprofesionales van a ser entrenados, ¿verdad?
So just to clarify, so this paraprofessionals will be trained for that purpose, correct?
Yes, we've included an additional 10 hours required training specifically in these areas. And they will be meeting weekly with the special educator. There is assigned time so they can meet with the educator that they're working with. That's new.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Two questions. I guess, can you help clarify the language around no duly certified teacher will be the sole provider of services for all students in their class? What does that sort of mean in practice, and maybe walk us through a few examples?
I'm going to invite Kristen. You just sit right here.
I knew I shouldn't have left. Yes. So we continue to believe that it's really helpful for all teachers to be duly certified because you have an expertise in both areas. But we're ensuring in this contract that special educators, there'll always be a special educator to provide services, some or most of the services within the classroom.
Could you, so if I'm a student in a history class with a teacher who's duly licensed, special education and certified history teacher, I think the critique has been here, which would be for my own child, that teacher is then providing special education services and teaching history, which, you know, like even just research on multitasking tells us, like, you can't really multitask. It's like, it's a fake concept. So, like, I guess for that student experience, what is really happening? Is that teacher supposed to be doing both things at the same time, or is there a special education teacher who's supporting their needs?
So I think it's important when we talk about history, we're thinking like high school, middle school. That's not a specially designed instruction class, right? So you're getting the services. You may be getting those services in another class with a special education teacher, a SEP para, and the general education teacher. It doesn't mean that there may not be duly certified teachers working as well. Part of what we've designed, and I apologize for not having it memorized, I should at this point, the amount of time that we will make sure that there is a special educator supporting those teachers.
120 minutes. Yeah, and
120 minutes.
I think the way to think about it, if you're a parent, right, is if your student is on an IEP and has specific service requirements, they're going to be in a general education classroom. There's a general education teacher. That teacher may be duly certified. They may not, right? And so what you can expect is that the team will work to understand what services need to be delivered and who should deliver those services. That's the service mapping that we referenced during the budget cycle. And so there may be appropriate times where a duly certified teacher could deliver that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it really is going to be a special education teacher that would push in for those service delivery minutes, or the paraprofessional, right, that would support in that way.
Right. I think it's often you think of how you're planning your lesson.
Yeah.
Do you know that you don't always need to have, you're not always providing specially designed instruction at all parts of that lesson. Sometimes when you're planning the lesson, there's certain days where you really need someone in there. You're doing small group activities, things like that. You would have another person with you.
Last question on this. Thank you for that. Leading into the contract, this was a big piece we heard about, right? And outside of this room, right, have heard from so many teachers that they're just like stretched thin. They're being like asked to do more than one job because they have dual certification. Maybe help me understand, how does this contract address that issue that was getting raised? And does it? Maybe it's status quo, or what's the actual shift that a teacher will experience on the ground?
Yeah, I might also ask David Bloom, who's got a little bit more historical context on this, to join us. But I think the district had good intentions with older, previous models that we wanted to use. So, we hear 15-5, right? 5 students on an IEP, 15 general education students, with a duly certified teacher who is responsible for delivering services, right, for those 5 students. That it was well-intentioned, it wasn't something that worked very well, right? And so we're reevaluating that and saying we can and should have duly certified teachers for a variety of reasons, but there needs to be teams of educators depending on student need. So it's really hard to say it's exactly going to look like this, because it really does depend on the students, but it is going to be not just one person, right, responsible for delivering services. And David, I don't know if you want to add.
The thing I would just add is sort of like the way I think about it, right, is we had this old way that was broken, that was leading to a lot of the feedback you're hearing, and I hear it too. And in our last contract agreement 3 years ago, we basically agreed to rip out the language that led to that. And we agreed to work collaboratively with working groups, both district-wide and school-based, to roll out a new model. And we are in the middle of doing that. And I think we've gotten some, correcting feedback along the way, but largely the process we are rolling out already, and next year moving to grades 1, 2, 8, and 10, is addressing that concern that you just raised, which is part of the legacy system. What this contract does is, I think, codify a lot of the best practices from the rollout, and also help enumerate for teachers the specific sort of guarantees that they can expect. I think one of the things we hear a lot from teachers and union leadership is, we really like working with Superintendent Skipper, with this administration and we think this is going well, but we need some guarantees that if the superintendent were to leave or something else were to change, that we wouldn't just immediately go back to the way things were. And so I think the thing that took us a while to do in this contract, and part of the reason it took so long, was to figure out how to write in legalese, for lack of a better way to describe it, the specific things we are doing in this complex initiative. And so I think what this contract does specifically is codify the transition, the new system we're heading to, and that we're managing with the rollout. And so if you read through a lot of the language in the MOA, it actually directly references the implementation. It sort of says, okay, this happens this year, this happens next year, because it is trying to codify the additional supports that are coming in this transition away from the old model. And I think one of the things we struggled with a little bit was, well, what do we do for a third grade teacher who is still in the old model, right? And isn't gonna be hit by the rollout for another 18 months, right? And so we put some temporary supports in the contract, in the MOA, to make sure that those teachers who are having to wait for their grades to be impacted by the rollout and who may still have those valid concerns are getting some additional support while they're waiting for us to take the time to do this right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I guess, like, simply put, without reading through all the language, I think in some cases it was class limit, like in our K0, K1, I think it was creating a bullpen of 27 special educators that could be distributed across the regions as student service in need happens, as insurance to support teachers. I think it has to do in terms of the different grade levels, particularly at the elementary, where, you know, we look at sort of the number 9 and 9 students as sort of tipping points in classes, where our service mapping should be able to make sure there is distribution of students, so you don't create sections that are extremely heavy for service. I think at the high school level, it has to do with our resource room teachers, their contribution within the model, and, you know, capping their class, their special education caseload. So I think there's just a lot of different pieces that are both reassurance and good practice that we tried to build in. And I think that came with just a lot of advocacy and extensive communication with BTU and the BTU team to really represent what teachers in the field were experiencing. I think the special education para position is a good example where there was a recognition that we need particular paras who are trained to support. And that's how that position came to be, in addition to how much time we would put in. I think on the other pieces, like professional development, I think we all agreed there needs to be more, because students post-pandemic are very complex, and we need to make sure we can support those complexities. So I think it's one of those contracts that really tries to honor in a lot of different ways teacher experience, family experience, and from the district side, making sure that we're doing everything we can in responsiveness to inclusion, that in the first contract, when inclusion was agreed upon, there were no guardrails or details to. And I think that's really what we spent a lot of time as teams going through.
One more question here too. On this team approach, does the contract also then build in time for that planning?
So it builds in time for the planning for the paraprofessional and the resource room teacher to meet weekly. I believe it's 45 minutes. They meet weekly together, yes, to make sure that we're in aligned.
But not for the teacher, the dual license teacher with the rest of the team, or?
That was one thing we talked about at the table, and I think, you know, in a perfect world, we might want to put that language, you know, to be more specific, but it is, I think, how many school leaders and school districts are going to be operating in terms of utilizing some existing blocks of time.
Copy. Last question. Any changes on the IPT process? I hate acronyms. What does it stand for?
Inclusion planning team.
Inclusion planning team. The feedback we got obviously was less than stellar. People also don't come here and tell us when things are great, so to be respectful. But we heard a lot of noise around the process. It felt disingenuous. It was unclear stuff we talked about actually as we approved the contract last time. Like, what are the sort of guardrails and what are the structures we're working within? Any changes to that in this contract and what will be different?
I think there weren't language changes in the contract, but I think the feedback we received is going to be part of our continued evolution of the guidance we give and the way we do the work. So it's very much valued and will be implemented, but the actual language didn't change.
Didn't change at all.
And I think when David talked a little bit about codifying what's working in this contract, I think that is a place where we have course corrected, right? And we have learned some things that we may want to try differently, but the intention of it is really to build a collaborative space at the school level, right? To understand the students that you're serving. You know the students the best, right? The staff does. And so we'll continue to refine that group because we do think it's incredibly important.
Yeah.
And we did add a little bit of language in this contract related to parent participation on IPTs. Has nothing to do with what you're asking about, but it is in the contract.
No, connected for sure. But I think the back end of it was the feedback we got. Not that the process wasn't good. I actually think people really liked the process. It was that then they put in these requests and they weren't funded. And they didn't know, and because we weren't telling people up front, like, this is how far we're actually able to go financially. It's like taking my kid to a store and being like, this is how much we're gonna spend. We didn't give that clarity, and so people left feeling pretty crappy because they were like, well, I told you what I need, and you're only gonna give me one, and I asked for 4.
Yeah, and I think this year, I know in year 1 of implementation, that was a really significant problem. And we basically fundamentally redesigned our guidance on the whole process for this year. And by we, I mostly mean other people besides me. I supported, but it was mostly not a finance part. But I think one of the big things we really changed was making sure we had mechanisms for teams to bring data into the conversation, for it not just to be, in our first year, it ended up being a very adult-focused conversation. Mm-hmm. We need this many staff. Why aren't you giving us this many staff, right? And what it ended up happening this year was it ended up being a much more student-centered conversation. And that was not, the teachers were not to blame for the way it went wrong in year 1. It was the way we designed the process, right? And so I do think this year's process went much better. To your point, I'm sure the folks who were happy with the way it went didn't come and talk about it. And I think there is still room for us to get better at helping people understand what the limits of our authority are. But that being said, I do feel like this year's process went much more smoothly, and I think we are set up for ongoing success with it.
Great. Thank you.
Dr. Alkins?
So I'm going to try to frame this question. Say, all right, I'm a parent, and I want to know if anything in this contract, because I'm particularly thinking about in the context of all of the school community changes around closures and mergers, particularly over the next few years. As we're thinking about like the inclusion specialists you mentioned, they are going to be in every school. But I imagine getting that at every school is going to be different in terms of rollout or ability for every school to do it, different timelines. So as a parent, is there anything that I should be thinking about in terms of those specialists being available at a school, considering mergers, considering closures, or considering the movement of my child?
One thing I would just like to say, so it is a universal grade level rollout.
Yeah.
So if your student has disabilities and is in a 1st or 2nd grade, they should expect that the school has those positions to meet the needs of your child. So we should not see school by school variation in that way. I think the place we will see school by school variation is, the school that maybe has 1 or 2 students per classroom per grade versus the school that has 7, 8, 9, right? And that's where the model's gonna functionally look different, where you may have a teacher who's sort of and a para who are sort of dipping in and out of classrooms and moving around flexibly, right? That may be more what it looks like at schools with relatively low numbers of students with disabilities. At schools with higher numbers of students with disabilities, you're much more likely to see, okay, I am the dedicated second grade special education teacher, and I am just in these 2 classes, you know, working back and forth, working with my teacher colleagues. Maybe there's also a paraprofessional. Some of our schools have high enough numbers that they have a teacher and a paraprofessional working between both of those rooms. And so I think that's the difference you would see from a parent lens. But our hope and ideal is that if you're the parent of a student with disabilities, you actually don't really need to notice that. You just know that, okay, here's the person who's providing additional support to my student. And that in some schools that may be a dedicated second grade teacher. In some schools that's a more itinerant person. But either case, you know that that's your person and you can rely on them to be there providing support to your student.
Yeah, I would. The other thing I think I would say to a parent is, previously when a school would merge or close, if your student had particular types of IEP with services, you would be limited to your choice of where your student could now go, and sometimes needing to be transported an hour across the city. Now, this contract furthers our ability in a good educationally sound, practical way of continuing to expand inclusion so that as schools close and merge, the choice for parents and students is much greater.
Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you to the team for presenting tonight. And I do want to say not only to the district negotiating team, but also to the union leader, BTU leadership and negotiating team, many of whom are here tonight. You know, our students always watch and listen and learn how we talk, but also how we act. And in a time of increased divisiveness, regionally and nationally, it's nice that even while fiercely protecting members' interests or the district's interests, and we certainly heard members' concern over the course of the year with, you know, at this table or outside, certainly brought to light, but I appreciate that we were also able to keep our students first and foremost and find common ground, and that is important, and so appreciate that happened, and thank you for presenting this evening. And Mr. Mandarini, thank you in particular for pointing out the ecosystem that this contract is a part of, not only within BPS, which I think we have, 13 or how many collective bargaining agreements do we have within BPS?
14.
14, okay, 13 plus this one. But also I think, Mr. Mandarini, you said 44 or so across the city. So it is important to keep in that context. My colleagues have asked about inclusion and about parental viewpoint and everything, so I'm just going to go straight to the numbers, Mr. Bloom, just to ask a quick question. You're not surprised by that, right? But
Shocked.
I know we're doing a supplemental appropriation for fiscal year 25 and for 26, so that'll be incremental to the budget, but it also said that fiscal year 27 will have to be built into the budget, and the chart we have says that that's an $86 million cost. That's what, about 5% of our current budget.
Yes.
Could you talk to me, please, about your planning on, you know, how that impacts the budget thinking going forward? And not only for this, by the way, but, and I know excuse me, if I could just finish 1 second, I apologize for interrupting. I know you had set aside a certain amount in anticipation of collective bargaining, but then this will also impact other contract as well, right? So could you talk to me for a second from a chief financial officer viewpoint, how you approach this?
I really appreciate the opportunity to talk from that perspective. The number I'm looking at most closely when I think about FY27 is the approximately $25 million difference between the 26 number and the 27 number that's on your spreadsheet. That is sort of the marginal cost we'll need to build in for next year. So if you recall this year when we brought our budget documents to you, we said we had to see an $8 million increase for collective bargaining. Well, we know the BTU portion of that increase for next year will be approximately $25 million. Mm-hmm. So that will be a part of the conversation we had. Now, if we had had this conversation with you all 3 months ago, if this agreement had just happened a little bit earlier in the year, the BTU portion of the FY26 budget would have been approximately 28 million, and all of the appropriate things would have changed. So I think the thing I'm thinking about with this overall is I am uncomfortable but not panicking, which is the sign, I think, of a good collective bargaining agreement. And I think my negotiations colleagues over there would agree with me, right? So I think, we really pushed to find as much money as we possibly could for the interests of the members of the union and to meet the needs that they laid out, especially those of our lowest wage employees. And I think we are doing that in a way that is fiscally responsible, and we will be able to plan and manage throughout, the FY27 process. I am very confident that in a partnership with the city, we will, be able to manage this amount through our process.
Okay, and how much of this is covered by, and this federal funding? Because as we've talked about in the past, we have concerns about federal funding in particular for future years.
So federal funding reflects a relatively small percent of the increase. I would have to double check the exact number for you, but the sort of marginal cost of what's laid out before you is pretty small. And one of the main reasons for that is our federal revenue doesn't actually go up, right, when we sign an agreement like this. So really, all of the cost of this agreement are borne by the general fund, because if we, as for teacher positions that are on Title I, for example, as those salaries go up, we have to take something else off of Title I and move it onto the general fund.
Yeah.
So we think, while any expense opens us up to some liability with what's happening right now in the federal level, we don't think this is more of a liability from a federal perspective than any other expense we have as a district.
Excellent. Great, thank you. Thank you all for the work on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Have anything? No? Okay. I just want to say thank you for what I know has been incredibly difficult work, hard work, and many, 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 many hours. And I'm happy to see where we're landing for our kids, but I'm going to ask the question that I ask often is, we've done a lot of work to support our educators, and my question is, what will we see and when will we see improved outcomes for our kids as a result of this? How are we looking at where we're starting now, and how will we think about what we can expect to see at the end of the next year or two, as many of the investments that we've made now over the past 5 years are kicking in to provide more for our kids?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I always appreciate that question that I think I hear from you almost every single day.
Yeah.
And thank you for joining us at so many of the sessions. I know that you dedicated a lot of hours to this as well. I think that is a question for the district as a whole, right? And I think that one of the important pieces of us getting to a place of where we're seeing stronger student outcomes is ensuring that we have a strong and supported workforce, a highly trained workforce. And so, this contract, I think, puts a number of things in place to add additional professional development. It also, adds some new roles. We're hoping to centralize some things, the new para role. So we are hopeful that all of those things, while they're not necessarily directly related to student outcomes, they are related. And so I think that those are some of the areas where we're focused on this contract to see. David, I don't know if you want to add.
I'll say my favorite thing about it in relation to this that I've heard over the course of this year, because I really think this collaboration with the BTU that's reflected in this contract has been ongoing and a multi-year. It's appreciation from school teams that they get to keep their kids, right? The way we structured previous contracts, previous district systems, other things, forced kids to change schools. It was not a teacher choice. It was not a school leader choice. It was a structural issue, right? And the district had to change. And I think one of the things we're seeing right away in kindergarten this year is schools that have early childhood sub-separate center-based classes they're saying this is the first year we've been able to keep our kids for K2 and make sure that they have the types of environments and supports they need. And it's just very, like, the school teams are very excited about that. And sure, there may be some nuances that we're fixing in this contract to get the details of how that works right, but we're coming that from a place of the kids get to stay in the school they chose and don't have to leave. And so that's so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I also think, Chair, because I think it's an important question. It's an important question for us as a district to answer. But I think what I see in terms of the contract is also an investment in retaining our staff and improving working conditions in our schools, which benefits our students, which benefits our staff. And the more we retain staff, the more we capacity build, the more return there is. So I think this is really, in many ways, kind of the next level of going deeper with all of that. I also think in terms of inclusion in general, part of why we settled on the inclusive ed plan was to ensure least restrictive environment. And what we know is students in least restrictive environment, when given high quality instructional materials, good teaching, and grade level content, will gain skills that they previously didn't have, close gap and not form gap. So those are the things I think are just very hopeful in this contract, and in the spirit of the moment that we find ourselves with our broader staff.
Thank you. And we look forward to taking action on this. Oops, sorry.
Put in the microphone more so
Okay,
close
sorry
to
about
you.
that.
Yeah.
Sorry, and this is also the benefit of having conversation, because you say something and it triggers something. For like, within this, maybe not necessarily within this contract, but is there some thinking around the professional development as it relates to knowing that our student body is increasingly multilingual, and that is becoming the majority of our students? Is there any forethought around professional development as it relates to support for our professionals in terms of language fluency and proficiency?
Yes, I think what's wonderful about the professional development and what's happened here in Boston is that it's a true collaboration between academics, which a lot of people call general education, special education, and OMME. All of the professional development, even that was offered this year, is really around ensuring access for our English language learners. And so that will continue to happen. Those three areas are a comprehensive portion of it. We're trying to stay away from, oh, you go to that training, or, you know, you teach those kids, you go there, you go there. We're really trying to make sure that this PD is comprehensive to meet the needs of all of our students, so that everyone is prepared to meet the needs of all of our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody okay? Okay, well then, thank you, and we look forward to taking action on this later in the meeting. We'll now move on to general public comment. Ms. Parvex?
Thank you, Chair. Before we go to public comment, I wanted to ask all the members to remember to speak into the microphone so we can hear you better. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for individuals to address the school committee on school-related issues. Questions on specific school matters are referred to the superintendent. Questions on policy matter may be discussed by the committee later. The meeting will feature 2 public comment periods, with the first comment period limited to 1 hour. After 1 hour, anyone who hasn't testified will have the opportunity to do so at the end of the meeting. We have 7 speakers this evening. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please feel free to email your comments for distribution to the committee. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. The time that an interpreter uses for English interpretation will not be deducted from a speaker's allotted time. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. Please note the comments of any public speaker do not represent the Boston Public Schools or the Boston School Committee. Please state your name, affiliation, and where you live before you begin. If you are on Zoom, please sign in using the name you registered with for public comment, and be ready to unmute and turn on your camera when it's your turn to speak. Please raise your virtual hand when I call your name. Please speak slowly so the interpreter can capture what you're saying. Our first group of speakers is John Mudd, Eric Berg, Deidre Manning, and Jessica Butler. John Mudd.
Good evening. My name is John Mudd. I'm a longtime education advocate in Boston, although a resident of Cambridge, and the grandfather of a child student in the John F. Kennedy School in JP. Proud grandfather. At the budget hearing last Monday, a BPS leader in academics said it was clear that dual language programs have the best outcomes for multilingual learners. At the policy briefing last week on inclusion, another BPS leader said there was evidence that inclusion was beneficial for both special education and multilingual learners. I was sent an article supposedly summarizing the research to substantiate this, but in fact the article contained no evidence that inclusion is beneficial for multilingual learners. We have asked to see such evidence for years and received none. What are we to conclude from this for school committee and BPS action? Since it is clear from the research that dual language programs produces the best outcomes for multilingual students, the school committee could ask BPS to produce a long-term plan for the expansion of these programs with numbers of students covered and timetables. We laud the introduction of 2 new programs this fall, but we were promised 25 dual language programs years ago. Since the evidence from state data also clearly shows that Gen Ed with the SL, now referred to as inclusive education, has failure rates of over 90% for multilingual learners and multilingual learners with disabilities, BPS should adopt other strategies that the research shows can be successful. What practical steps might this mean? 1, develop a district-wide campaign to encourage parents of multilingual students to continue to use their native language at home by talking and reading to their children. With a little extra money, BPS could get school leaders, teachers, parent mentors, and others to carry this message to parents. 2, maintain the SEI single language programs with the bilingual teachers that match the language of the students as the foundation for future dual language programs. This was the plan that the OMME director and a consultant hired by the district had put forward. Finally, provide professional development for the English-speaking teachers in the general education classes with ML students, with the skills and practical ways they can value and support the use of native language in their classes. If BPS really wants linguistically sustaining practices for native language, this can be done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Eric Berg.
Good evening. On behalf of President Berg, who extends his apologies for a conflict this evening, my name is Caitlin Gaffney. I was a 25-year teacher at the Tobin School in Mission Hill and the elementary field rep for the Boston Teachers Union. Johnny and I would like to begin by thanking Chair Robinson, Superintendent Skipper for this opportunity, and thank you to the BPS team and Mayor Wu. We appreciate the hard work everyone on both sides of the table put into this agreement. We are proud of the agreement we have reached and that we agreed on a contract earlier than any time in at least the last 25 years. We urge you to approve it this evening. This contract will stabilize staffing in our schools and reduce vacancies. There are historic wage increases for paras and ABA specialists that will better support our students with disabilities. This will put an end to teachers losing their position if they don't get an additional special ed license. Teachers will not be so overwhelmed trying to do 2 jobs at once alone. Teachers will be informed now of their hours of work and rate of pay on the first day to reduce uncertainty and disputes over pay and wage theft. Tuition reimbursement has been expanded. There will be more staff providing direct services to children in schools. There'll be supports for students with disabilities in general education classrooms. There are many other improvements which will increase staff well-being and allow for a more sustainable career in Boston Public Schools. We know there is much left to be done. We in the BTU will continue to work with you where there is common ground, from community hub schools to the educator supports programs to securing state funding, supporting our immigrant students and their families, and staving off threats to public education from the federal government. At the same time, we will continue to push for solutions to the challenges our schools face, including better intentional staffing for students with disabilities to ensure the least restrictive environment, stronger program opportunities for multilingual learners, improved school buildings and campuses, staffing levels and clear protocols that allow everyone to be safe when learning and teaching is disrupted with unsafe incidents. And of course, we will work to ensure that the provisions of this agreement are implemented promptly. Again, we are pleased that we are able to reach an agreement that will improve our schools and urge you to vote to approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Deidre Manning.
Good evening. My name is Deirdre Manning. I'm a Dorchester resident, single parent, and sole financial supporter of 2 public school children. This evening, I'd like to speak to school committee members about the April 7th, 2025 exam school admission presentation over Zoom. The exam school admission construct is so onerous that BPS administrators struggle to implement the policy. On slide 19, you can cue to 27-minute mark. The list of Title I schools that qualify for bonus points will be available in the fall of 2025. I'd like to refer to you the DESE website that says that the underlying data for that list was released in January. And of interest is it is the 8th most requested link. So lots of people are accessing this data, but apparently not Boston Public Schools. So what I find particularly frustrating is the list for next year's admission cycle should have been available to families this past February, but instead they're being told that it won't be available until late fall. Now, last November, you may remember, I testified before you that the list was published and that there was incorrect data on that list and that the underlying data had been released in February. So something like 9 months of time to download the data, do a very simple calculation. It's 5 pieces of data divided by 5 to get an average. So it's frustrating to me that no one seems to be listening at Boston Public Schools. So if the data is available in January, why are families waiting until late fall to understand what their situation may be in terms of admission? I want you to cue, if you can, to the 48 and 42nd mark to hear Mahamuda, a Kilmer parent, state that she has been offered a seat at the Orenberger for 6th grade next year. The BPS exam school project manager stated that the list of schools has not been released yet, followed by, incorrectly, the data doesn't yet exist. So I find it really frustrating that no one can tell this poor woman that she need not panic. She doesn't need to dump her rising 6th grader into another school where he's going to struggle perhaps to get the best grades that he needs in quarters 1 and 2 to actually earn an admission seat. But the Kilmer's poverty rate is now 43.74. She shouldn't be concerned. I reached out to the principal at the Kilmer today to let him know. I sent him all the underlying data that his school is now a bonus point school. If, of course, the school committee doesn't sort of change the process now that we've reached the, a magnificent 5-year mark. It's also really frustrating that tier maps are going to be available in the winter of 2025. Cue to 4230 to hear the BPS employees say that the data is usually available in late December, when the last 4 years the data was released on December 8th, December 7th, December 12th, and December 11th. And she says, here's my last sentence.
Your time is up, Ms.
I get my last sentence,
Manning.
is that
Your time is
They're
up.
not going to have that information ready for people because it's a busy
Thank you,
month
Ms. Manning.
and
Your
there's
time is up.
Hanukkah and Christmas holidays. If you have something so difficult to understand, get a
Next
consultant
speaker
to timely
is
release the data.
Jessica Butler.
This is terrifying. My name is Jess Butler, and I'm a parent of a K2 student with disabilities at the Henderson Inclusion School who has an IEP and a dual diagnosis. Our son is 5 years old. Our son's been at BPS since K0. In K0, during his first 6 months, he did not receive counseling services, a violation of his IEP. The following year, despite filing a consent for an ABA eval in June 2023, an eval did not happen until January 2024, with ABA services starting in September 2024, over a year after I requested an evaluation. Our son experienced significant regression last school year and needed the support. This year, I felt our son's unique needs were finally being addressed. Instead, BPS has failed to provide payment to an outside contractor that specializes in selective mutism after the district acknowledged they did not have staff trained to address this, and they agreed to pay. Through this contractor, my son was supposed to receive in-school sessions. Despite the agreement that was reached of 6 consecutive weeks of service with the only provider who's had success with our son, this would come to an end with only 3 visits completed. Meanwhile, our son suffers the consequence of BPS's lack of transparency and accountability for a bill that my family cannot afford. Now we are preparing for mediation, and our child is still not receiving services until a determination is made. It is also unclear if we can get out of school services at this place because of BPS's balance that they have at this spot. I'm here tonight to hold BPS accountable. If the district commits to services, it must follow through. If this is happening to my family, I'm certain it's happening to other families. Our son is looking at losing the skills he gained through his sessions. No child should have their services at risk, revoked, or delayed because of the inability for providers to be paid. BPS has a history of claiming compensatory services can make up for the lack of compliance. Where legally this may be accurate, for children, this time is essential. I know that developmentally, this is when our child will have the most progress. Our goal is for him to not require these services. While BPS says they cannot afford the contractor, our child cannot afford the consequences of yet another interruption of services that he desperately requires. And while I have some time, I'd like to address one more thing. I'd like to request that OFGA reevaluate how next steps are determined after restorative sessions and to give autonomy and decision-making power to the
30
folks
seconds.
facilitating the sessions and doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now transition to public comment on Zoom. The next group of speakers is Mike Heischman, Cheryl Buckman, and Crystal Weiss. Mike Heischman.
Mike Heischman, Dorchester. My letter to POTUS. President Trump. Wrong, wrong, wrong. When it comes to the Boston Public Schools and Mayor Wu, you should be proud that we are in full retreat from DEI. Early in her administration, the mayor fired the superintendent of schools who had been an obvious DEI appointment. The mayor's replacement has the right white skin pigmentation. Before taking office, Superintendent Skipper fired many black and brown central office educators and replaced them with loyalists. I know you approve. When the previous superintendent's chief equity officer, by definition a DEI position, wrote a letter expressing concern, she fired him. You would have been proud. A long time ago, a federal court judge intervened in the school department. One of his orders was to increase diversity, obviously a Marxist jurist. Under the leadership of the current superintendent, the recruitment and retention of black educators has declined. Many members of the Multilingual Learners Task Force publicly resigned. This did not stop the department's efforts to continue to implement their cheaper and ineffective policies. Yes, we do have an excellent racial equity tool. However, there is no evidence that it has been used to evaluate important policies and decisions. The school committee just passed next year's budget, which promises additional pain and suffering for our predominantly Black and brown low-income student population. They also approved the mayor and superintendent's plans to close schools, all predominantly inhabited by the same demographics. Mr. President, you are wrong about Boston and our mayor. Racism, not DEI, remains the dominant force in our public educational system. Today, we return to hybrid meetings. Why? We don't know for sure. Because of a lack of transparency, decisions are often made while not being explained. Permit me to speculate one of the reasons. Two major and controversial decisions have just been made: the closing of schools and the approval of the budget. It's much easier to
30
prevent
seconds.
and control public testimony at Zoom-only meetings. It is now safer for the decision makers to meet in public. Imagine I'm speaking over my permissible 3 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Just pull the plug. It's much more difficult to stop testimony when the public is...
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Elena, for not pulling my plug this evening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Cheryl Buckman.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Buckman. I'm a Dever alum, a parent of a current Dever student, and parent spokesperson for the Dever community. The decision to permanently close the Dever in June 2026 has been devastating. Generations of families called Dever home for nearly 68 years. It's leaving a lasting legacy and a deep void in the community. The Dever community has several non-negotiable items that they want to ensure that the transition goes smoothly. BPS must guarantee that all Dever students are placed together at a chosen school that will be receiving them and with community input. Ensure that all siblings stay together. Dever families want first priority in the enrollment process. BPS must track Dever students and publicly commit that they won't be placed in a school that's either under-enrolled or at risk of closure. Provide yearly reporting on how these students are doing. Also retain some of these Dever staff and educators and give them options in moving with these students. Provide the Dever with bilingual and trauma-enforced transition staff. Put together a Dever transition task force. This can be made up of teachers, students, parents, and integrate the culture of the strengths of the Dever community. Hold regular meetings with the Dever community with no backroom planning. Lastly, the future of the building. We don't want it to be handed off to a charter school, private developer, or to be used without community input. Work with us to explore a future community-run or redesigned school and preserve the Dever name. BPS, this is where the Dever community is putting their faith and trust in you to ensure that you hold up your end of the bargain. And for myself, as the Dever advocate and spokesperson, I'm ready to work alongside BPS to ensure this transition moves smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Crystal Weiss.
Hi, my name is Crystal Wise. I'm from Dorchester, and I'm a parent of a child at the Henderson Lower. I'd like to start by thanking everybody for your time and say that I've been a parent at the Henderson School for over 10 years for both the upper and the lower campus. I've served on the governing board and the parent council, and I've volunteered at many fundraisers at both the upper and the lower. I've always had an open and, I'm so sorry. I want you to have an open and transparent relationship with the administration there. But when I have questions about my child and their care, I am being told that I am hostile, and at no point had I had any idea, because no one communicates with me other than the teachers. When asking things regarding my child's safety and the safety of all the children in the school, I'm being told our questions are not being answered. So I'd like to start, with December 12th, 2024, when there was a burn at the school. A child was badly burned at the school. My husband was a Boston firefighter, was the first one seen. What he witnessed was the most horrific scene he had ever seen in his 10 years on the job. But what he noticed that there was no administrators in the cafeteria in the building at all, and he didn't know that Miss Washington was in charge, as she had never left the front desk in the office, not even once the whole time. He was shocked by the children being brought outside, only to be standing there watching the EMTs through the windows in the hallway. Safe mode was never put on the school, and the next lunch period were in the cafeteria within a half an hour, and that was my daughter's classroom. So 30 minutes after there was an incident in the cafeteria where a child was burned, 80% of his body was burned, they allowed children to go into the cafeteria and eat. The other problems with the school safety is that there's no nurse on the before or after school programs in the building at all, which I've brought up and just been disregarded. I've never spoken to the principal, as I have sent email after email after email, and she's never answered me. There's a lack of supervision in the cafeteria that we were told
30
that
seconds.
was going to be taken care of, and yet it's still not. I witnessed children still leaning on the cafeteria carts. My daughter refuses to go to the before school because she said that one of the teachers in there is so mean to her and all the other children. If one child gets in trouble, they all get in trouble, is what she has told me. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Parvex, and thank you to all of those of you who spoke with us this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is extremely important to us. Our first action item this evening is the grants for approval totaling $213,941. Now I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent for any final comments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. There are 5 grants for your consideration tonight, totaling $214,000 approximately. The largest grant is the Deeper Learning Implementation Grant, totaling $100,000, serving 8,000 students at the Samuel Adams and Donald McKay Elementary Schools. The funding will advance the school's instructional priorities by strengthening Tier 1 instruction through the use of high-quality instructional materials. The remaining 4 grants, totaling nearly $114,000, are as follows. A $48,000 Mass Fresh Core grant, which will serve 50,000 students district-wide, and establish a new full-time farm-to-school manager position to build relationships with local farmers, schools, and food service providers, and increase the procurement of fresh, locally sourced foods for school meals. The more than $44,600 represented in the 21st Century CCLC Continuation Grant will serve approximately 98 students and 16 staff at the Dr. Albert Holland High School of Technology and the Leila Frederick Pilot Middle School. The grant will support the implementation of academically enriching summer and school year out-of-school programming. A new Financial Education Innovation Fund grant totaling $17,000 that will serve 1,230 students at Holland High School, Boston Latin Academy, Boston Latin School, and Brighton High School. This grant will support the development of a new financial education fair by recruiting more partners, expanding hours, and adding more volunteers to support the school's multilingual students. And a new Influence 100 grant totaling $4,000 will fund a 2-year fellowship to prepare 4 staff members for the superintendent role through monthly training and ongoing support in key aspects of the superintendency with a particular focus on equity. I would just ask the school committee's support in those 5 grants with an affirmative vote.
Right, thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Dr. Alkins?
Another recommendation for the grants packages. I appreciate the table format that we have here to kind of show us the different details. Could we add like 2 more rows to this, one being evaluation, knowing like how each particular award is being evaluated, or if there are specific questions that are being evaluated, and so we understand how. And then the other is, particularly if it is a continuing grant, a space where we can be provided a link to a previous evaluation that tells us what was the outcome of the previous award cycle. What did we learn from that, whether it's a narrative report or it's data from surveys or anything like that, or both. I would just like to get greater clarity on, I'm particularly looking at the financial education program, which sounds great. And the desired outcomes, I completely agree with. I'd love to see, all right, well, at the end of this program, our students, are our students feeling like they've gained capacity in this, for this endeavor, essentially. So that would be very helpful for us to be tracking those types of things, so that we can, on budget season, we can start to advocate for very specific programs and things like that.
Sure, absolutely. Both great suggestions in both detail that we have.
Are there any other questions?
Like, I guess that said, like, how are some of these things evaluated? Is there a sense that these things will be done by self-survey? Is this how?
Chief Bloom, do you know, can you give an example on one of these? I mean, I know the state and the federal ones, obviously they come with their criteria.
Right.
I think the question would be like for the non-DESI ones that might be like a private grant.
For sure. I think it varies, obviously by grant. So I think, for example, for the Financial Innovation Education Fund, since you asked about that, I think there will be a set of data around the fair itself that will be collected. So, attendance and sort of partners listed, those sorts of metrics that we could certainly provide. I think the thing that I'm a little bit less sure about, we need to follow up with the team, and I think we could potentially put in your new evaluation section that we'll add, would be sort of like, are they going to do an exit ticket, for example, that would help document sort of what the students learned in the fair to help us measure these desired outcomes. I think we can certainly pull some of that together for future grant.
Yeah, like I know the Influence 100, the completion of it is based on participation of the folks that from our office get nominated to learn the superintendency role, what they're doing for their experience, and then, to track where they will be in 2 years. Right. That's kind of the high level. Some of them don't actually have very concrete, I would say, high bar to them, but I think we can just in those columns put the information that we at least know.
100%.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. There's no further discussion. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the grants as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the grants are approved. Our section item tonight is the approval of the Code of Conduct amendment that was presented at the March 26th meeting. Before I open it to the committee for final questions and comments, I'd like to invite the superintendent to offer some final thoughts tonight.
Great, thank you, Chair. So tonight we're asking for the school committee to approve an amendment to the BPS Code of Conduct. As we explained at the last meeting on March 26th, we've been reviewing all policies and identifying where revisions need to be made as a follow-up to the Council of Great City Schools review of district safety practices in 2022, as well as a continuation of this committee's focus on good governance practices. As we continue this policy review, we expect to bring additional policies for revision to this body this spring and next school year. We're asking for the amendment to the Code of Conduct so that it aligns with changes made to state law in 2022, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 71, Section 37H and 3/4. As a reminder, the BPS Code of Conduct is a policy document that establishes guidelines for student behavior that allows BPS to maintain a safe and supportive learning environment for all students. Statutory changes have already been implemented and practiced in the district. Schools now consider ways to re-engage students through a number of different avenues before determining consequences. It also requires schools to clearly document that all available alternative remedies to suspension are considered and ensure that alternatives are effectively communicated to parents before suspension is imposed. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Sam DePina and Jody Elgie, who's our Senior Director of Succeed Boston, are also here to provide support in case there are any follow-up questions.
Okay. Now I'll open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Brian?
First of all, thank you, Dr. DePina. I don't have specific questions. As a matter of fact, I'm just expressing my appreciation to the changes. It's a long time overdue. I think the alternative practices, which stresses on the mediation, conflict resolution, are very important given the diversity of our students. And I will stress the importance of impartiality in having members of the mediation team as well as the conflict and negotiation teams to practice those sessions with impartiality, with a mind to understand the differences in dealing with parents or even with the students, particularly in relation to the cultural differences. I give you an example. I'm a mediator, and I've seen the differences between, without sounding kind of racist, but it is true. American people tend, which is very positive, tend to answer questions directly, or tend to open their thoughts and everything regarding certain situation directly. Asian parents talk in circular. They won't jump right into the meat of the matter. They're gonna go around. Sometimes that the mediators, the conflict resolution practitioner should be trained, not in relation to impartiality, but also in relation to some nuances in the cultural differences in dealing with them, so that the patience is to be practiced equally. Okay, so I applaud your effort. I've worked with you. I've seen you and I really appreciate your work. And again, please make sure that the alternative practices are adamantly implemented. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
So this is more of a recommendation. I don't know if you guys have considered it, but in disciplinary action, maybe getting like senior students involved to talk to their underclass students. I feel like that's pretty useful when speaking with students about their actions and having them reflect on it. We spoke about it in our policy for like in BSAC when considering it. So if you guys haven't considered it, like maybe it could be a part of it in the future.
Thank you for that suggestion. We'll bring it back.
Thank you. Okay. If there's nothing further, I will now entertain a motion to approve the Code of Conduct Amendment as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins?
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Lima Barbosa? Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Right. Thank you. Our next action item is the approval of the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union. Senior Advisor Megan Costello presented highlights of the agreement earlier this evening. Tonight, we will take 3 votes in relationship to the BTU collective bargaining agreement. Before I open it to the committee for final questions and comments, I'd like to invite the superintendent to offer some final thoughts.
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and I'll just make this brief. I think the team did an outstanding job presenting the contract. I also thank our BTU colleagues for being here tonight and for just being every step of the way to get to this point. As we said, there's many advantages to this contract for both our teachers, our paraprofessionals, educators, and district. So just thank you for your consideration, for all the questions that you've asked here in executive, and I would just ask an affirmative vote on all 3 for the BTU and supplemental appropriation.
Great. Thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Okay. If there's nothing further, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins?
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Lima Barbosa? Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Great. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay. Our next action item is the fiscal year 25 supplemental appropriation request to the Boston City Council in the amount of $33,262,466 to support the BTU contract that Ms. Costello presented at the beginning of the meeting. I will now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just, and I'm sorry, Ms. Costello, I may have to direct the question to you, but I just want to make sure it's clear, because it says on this, it's the fiscal year 25 supplemental. Later it says it's for the period September 2024 through August 27th.
Because of the retro.
Because that's I understand that, but the contract itself is September 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2027. The 2 separate votes, one is for the fiscal year 25 supplement.
Correct.
And one is for the 26.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that was clear, because I thought typically it would have said, it's covering for the period of 24 to 25
Oh, I
and then
see, yeah.
25 to 26.
Now they want it 2
Instead,
separate.
we're using the language of the contract overall.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure we were clear on the language of the actual vote.
It was just it's the language of how we the 2 different periods of time covering the contract for the supplemental.
I understand that. I just want to make sure the language covers us okay
Yes.
in the actual vote itself.
Yeah.
Because I assume it's implied, but by saying fiscal year 25, we're implying that is for June 1st, 24 through July
Yes.
July 1st, 24 through
Yeah.
June 30th, 25.
That's fiscal year 25.
Et cetera,
Yeah,
okay.
it's
I just want to make sure the language covered us appropriately.
The language of the vote, yeah, it is.
The language of the vote, that's what I mean.
It's just 2 different year supplementals, but yes.
Yes.
Agreed, okay. You're okay with the language, Mr.
Yes,
Bloom?
we are okay, and we will be, we are working actively with the city council and city council staff to bring it before them immediately.
Gotcha, okay. Okay. Just want to make sure we were clear so that we didn't have to come back for a revote.
100%, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready? If there's nothing further, I will now entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 25 supplemental appropriation in the amount of $33,262,466 to support the memorandum of agreement for successor collective bargaining agreement for the period September 1, 2024 through August 31st, 2027 between the Boston Teachers Union Local 66, AFT Massachusetts, and the School Committee of the City of Boston. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Alkins?
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Lima Barbosa? Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
And Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Our last action item is fiscal year 26 supplemental appropriation request to the Boston City Council in the amount of $55,899,118 to support the BTU contract that Ms. Costello presented at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you, and I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. None? Okay. If there's nothing further, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 26 supplemental appropriation in the amount of $55,899,118 to support the memorandum of agreement for successor collective bargaining agreement for the period September 1, 2024 through August 31, 2027 between the Boston Teachers Union, Local 66, AFT Massachusetts, and the School Committee of the City of Boston as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins?
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Lima Barbosa? Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Thank you all.
All right, Karen, good
Thank you.
job.
Thanks, Karen. Great.
Love it.
Thanks, you all. Now we'll transition to reports. Our first report this evening is the Q3 Transformation Schools update. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 15 minutes. I'd like to remind our presenters to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters, and I want to invite the superintendent to give introductory remarks.
Thank you, Chair. And just as a reminder, as Chair said, 10 to 15 minutes for the report would be great. So tonight, we are here to provide, for the first report, third quarter update in transformation schools. I want to publicly thank members of the committee, Chair Robinson, Chair O'Neill, Vice Chair O'Neill, Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez, and Mr. Tran for joining me on visits to 2 transformation schools, the Margarita Muniz Academy in Jamaica Plain and Brighton High School. I know we're working with member Polanco Garcia and Lima Barbosa to do that after break. Just really nice to have you out in the schools. As part of the requirements in the Systemic Improvement Plan, or SIP, we're providing quarterly updates to the committee. 2 of those updates are part of the superintendent's report, and the other 2 are formal reports that go more in depth. We provided you with an in-depth report at the October 23rd, 2024 meeting and a second report at the February 5th, 2025 school committee meeting. Tonight, we will share some key details in our third report with a final update on school year 24-25 before the end of this school year. As you know, transformation schools is the term BPS uses to refer to schools identified by DESE as requiring assistance or intervention. They are schools in the bottom 10% of the state accountability percentiles. Primary support for our transformation schools comes from our transformation office in partnership with regional teams. The office is led by Executive Director of District and School Transformation, Mike Sabin, who is here tonight to walk you through the presentation and assist with answering questions you may have. We are also very happy to have joining us tonight two Transformation School leaders, Young Achievers Pilot School leader Jamila Smith and Snowden International High School leader Raquel Martinez, who will share the progress being made at their schools. This quarterly update provides an opportunity to share the mid-year submission of the quality school plans and 90-day plans, equitable literacy updates, including instructional observation data, midterm or mid-year MAP test academic data, also chronic absenteeism data and improvement strategy, and the SY 25-26 hiring update. We continue to monitor progress across 3 priority areas in conjunction with our improvement plans: student learning, school climate, and chronic absenteeism. Our most pressing challenges continue to be secondary school attendance and student growth and literacy. And at this point, I'll turn it over happily to Executive Director Sabin.
Thank you, Superintendent Skipper, Chair Robinson, school committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the third quarter Transformation School update. I'm Mike Sabin, the Director of the Office of School and District Transformation. As you just heard in our presentation tonight, we will update you on our mid-year school improvement plans, on literacy and attendance progress in our schools, and on district hiring. We're particularly excited to bring our school improvement plans to life with presentations from school leaders Raquel Martinez and Jamila Smith. Just a quick reminder that transformation schools are BPS schools that have been identified as requiring assistance or intervention by DESE at some point over the last few years. And you can see in the chart in front of you the years that these schools entered transformation, and that the schools in green, while they still receive some support from our office, are no longer in the bottom 10 percentiles of the state accountability system. New percentiles are issued each fall. I'm pleased to report that all of our transformation schools submitted very thorough mid-year quality school plan updates in February. The quality of the plans was celebrated by our DESE partners and used as models for other schools in the state. These plans guide school teams in their improvement efforts and are aligned to our district priorities. As we develop and review these plans, we do continue to identify common areas for further growth. We are focused on supporting schools in stronger implementation of the district curriculum, on more detailed monitoring of student progress, and on strengthening the impact of our instructional coaching. And I think you'll hear these themes in the 2 presentations coming soon. So we will now illustrate this work of continuous improvement by learning about 2 of our transformation schools. These schools have been chosen because we are excited about their progress. Both schools are guided by strong school leaders, and they have ambitious next steps to keep moving their schools forward. So first up, we welcome Jamila Smith from Young Achievers K-8 School.
Good evening. I am Jamila Smith, the proud principal of Younger Achievers, where we grow champions. We have a wonderful opportunity and incredible opportunity to work with such a diverse group of students. As you can see, over 50% of our students speak multiple language, and 1 out of 5 students have a documented disability. We pride ourselves as that we are where we grow champions. So just about 2 years ago, we really faced some big challenges around unlocking student potential. But with our Young Achievers Rise Up expectations, we are well on our way. And more importantly, we are firmly believing that all of our students are champions in the making. Over the past 2 years, we have rebuilt our instructional foundation. We have focused coaching on implementing high-quality curriculum and rigorous inclusive instruction, especially for our multilingual learners and our students with disabilities. As we can see from this slide, we've had a 16 increase in the use of high-quality instructional materials, and a 5% boost in classroom rigor. We know that this is just the beginning for us at YA, but we remain committed to ensuring every classroom reflects excellence and continuously looking to unlock our students' potential. Following our visit in the winter of 2024 from DESE, we identified some critical gaps. As you can see from the slide, we really needed work on how to engage students in higher order thinking. With strong professional development for our staff, by fall, those gaps began to close. We focused on increasing student analysis, feedback, and academic discourse. And actually, before we move this slide, the analysis increased 178%, so we're very proud of that. Next slide. Our results tell a compelling story that 40% of our champions showed high or high average growth on winter map assessments, where we outperformed the district, and even more impressive, our ELA MCAS growth grew from 41 to 51 over the past year, and that's higher than the state average. We expect more progress in the spring by aligning resources and coaching around student-centered goals. We believe we can turn growth into achievement for all our students. What makes me most proud isn't just the numbers, it's the shift in mindset. Just about a year ago, we were rebranding ourselves, but now, today, our culture is taking root, our students know they're champions, and our teachers see what's possible. We won't stop there. We have big goals for ourselves. Next year, we will integrate data more purposefully, deepen our family partnerships, provide high-impact small group instruction, and foster a school-wide love of reading that lasts a lifetime. At Young Achievers, our mission is clear: relentless pursuit and excellence for every student every day. We're not just improving our school, we're growing champions for generations to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamila. Jamila, you truly show the impact that a relentless leader with high expectations can have on their school community. And now we're excited to hear from school leader Raquel Martinez from the Snowden International School.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raquel Martinez. I'm the head of school of the Snowden International School, where I first worked as an assistant head of school for 3 years, and I'm finishing up my 4th year as head of school. I'm also part of the Carol Johnson Fellowship with Boston University, where I'm learning more about systems-level leadership. Our final project is actually preparing a school committee presentation, so thank you in advance for helping me with my homework. Snowden is a unique school. We're an open campus school that spans a 6-block radius in the heart of Copley Square. Snowden's mission is grounded in 2 main pillars: our identity as an international baccalaureate, IB school, and our world language focus through language learning in French, Spanish, Chinese, and Japanese. We're proud to offer students these unique opportunities to learn about and engage with their community and the world. Despite these amazing strengths, achievement at Snowden slipped after 2018, and we were designated as a transformation school in 2022. We took this moment as an urgent call to recommit ourselves to our core values. Part of the work that we've done at Snowden in the last 2 years has been centering that IB identity. We like to focus 3 main things: who we are, an IB world school; what we use, high quality instructional materials; and the way that we use those materials through text-based writing and universal design for learning. This narrowed focus and the raised expectations that came with it has led to growth in both ELA and Math MCAS. You can see on the slide that our growth in ELA and Math MCAS last year was the highest since 2018. One of the leadership lessons that I've learned is that improved academic outcomes come from a community-wide commitment to writing in response to grade level content in all subject areas. and it's working. Students learn best with a supportive and inclusive school climate, and I'm really proud of the work that we've done in this area. Our multi-campus context can make sense of belonging a real challenge, so we've taken a comprehensive approach to helping our students feel more connected. We've expanded student activities, clubs, athletics, Spirit Week, and our week-long HBCU trip. More importantly, we've carved out opportunities for students to tell us how they feel through advisory lessons, student focus groups, and surveys. Even as we speak right now, Snowden students are at our Garden of Glamour themed dance, a new event created in response to student desire for some fun. I'll be heading directly there after I finish my comments. It's a long night. We've learned that these activities continue to build a culture where students feel connected to the adults in the building and to the school as a whole. We've seen an increase in sense of belonging at Snowden, and student survey responses prove that these connections are having an impact. Attendance has also been an ongoing and collective effort at Snowden, and we're approaching it from two angles. We're addressing absenteeism directly by holding weekly meetings to monitor attendance and plan interventions. But we're also engaging students in meaningful learning experiences. Although we are not where we want to be for attendance, our commitment to both outreach and classroom engagement is driving measurable reductions in chronic absenteeism. While we've seen promising initial progress in academic growth, sense of belonging, and student attendance, we are committed, I am committed, to further improvement. The path forward is clear. First, we need to identify and expand the strategies that are already working. Second, we are strengthening our culture as an IB World School with students who take pride in their identity as IB scholars. And our third goal is to continue to develop the relationships that help students feel more connected to their learning and to our school. We're excited about the path that we're on, and we're looking forward to helping our students reach their full potential as valued members of our Snowden community. If you are ever at Copley, please make sure you stop by, but I cannot promise a parking spot.
Thank you so much, Jamila and Raquel. The whole district's excited about your continuous improvement work, and we are eager to support you and your schools in the months and years ahead. So we'll return now to the district-wide report. School committee members were recently able to experience a version of our instructional rounds, a strategy we use to have teams of school and district educators visit classrooms together, observe instruction, and plan next steps. As BPS leaders, we continue to reflect on the patterns we have observed across 1,300 transformation classroom visits this year. On the slide in front of you, you can see a high level of alignment with grade level content standards, which is a great thing, but an ongoing need to further raise the level of student engagement with challenging learning and higher order thinking. Our focus on instructional coaching and professional learning continues to target this need. We are also closely monitoring student learning at the school and district level. The summary results in front of you from our mid-year MAP reading assessment are mixed. We are excited that 13 of our Transformation K-8 schools and 6 of our Transformation High schools on the next slide show reading progress above the district average, including the 2 schools who presented today. At the same time, the overall district average is lower than our goal, and more than half of our transformation schools fall below that average. We continue to make adjustments and to work hard every day to accelerate and spread improvement. We won't spend long on this slide, but this is the high school reading data. Math assessment results are in the appendix of your slide deck for your review. So we do see bright spots, but overall, we feel the urgency to accelerate academic improvement. Our strategy, summarized here, is clear and consistent. Fully implement the district grade level curriculum in every BPS classroom. Ensure that instruction engages, supports, and challenges every student. And use classroom level coaching and professional development to ensure strong teaching. We see good results and progress in many of our schools with this approach, and we're working diligently to spread this success to every transformation school and every BPS school. Let's move to student attendance for a moment, an important measure of student well-being and success. We can see evidence on this slide of 3 years of reductions in chronic absenteeism in transformation schools at both the K-8 and 7 to 12 levels. However, we also see a leveling off of the rate of improvement, and we know we need to redouble our efforts. Almost there. Looking at our student subgroups, we can see that despite ongoing improvements, each subgroup in transformation schools has higher chronic absenteeism than student comparison groups in non-transformation schools. We know we are unlikely to close other gaps if we cannot close this attendance gap. So despite several years of gains, additional progress is needed to reduce student absenteeism, which is a top priority for all of us. We continue to learn from the schools that have made the most progress, 2 of them with us here tonight. We continue to strengthen our tiered attendance approach in all schools and to work creatively with all Boston stakeholders to help further improve our secondary school attendance in particular. Before opening the floor to questions, I do want to share an update on hiring. The early spring is prime hiring season for schools. And despite a tough national environment for school hiring, we can see that the collaborative work of the Office of Human Resources, the Transformation Office, and of course our schools is having an impact. The graph in front of you shows the percentage of posted transformation school vacancies filled during each of the past 3 years at the time of this third quarter school committee update. This year we are at 40% of positions submitted for hire, already submitted, actually 45% as of this afternoon. A great improvement over the 16% submitted at this same time 2 years ago. We know the early hiring of a strong and diverse core of educators is strengthening the foundation for future student success. Thank you so much for your attention. Particular thanks to Jamila Smith and Raquel Martinez for joining us this evening. And we welcome your comments and your questions.
Great. Thank you so much, and I'll now open it up to questions and comments from members. Go ahead, Omer.
So I first like to state thank you for the presentation, and then my one question is regarding the growth, particularly for math. I noticed that for the transformation schools, all of them have had great reading growth. They've been given support for that, but math fell short of it. So I was just wondering, what math supports are you guys planning to implement, and if the support for reading and math is like equally, because they need to move up together. Yeah.
Thank you. Good reading of the data. That is true at the moment. We have recently had a change in our math curriculum in many schools, so we think the implementation of this new curriculum is a little bit behind our work in literacy. And so the strategy is similar in both areas, which is use the high-quality curriculum, train and support teachers to use both the literacy and the math curriculum in their classrooms, and visit the classrooms frequently to provide guidance, to provide coaching, and to support the teachers in implementing that. So we're optimistic that this is going to work. But I would agree with your reading of the data that we do have a distance to go.
Thank you.
Dr. Hawkins?
First, I just want to say that I think the progress that we're seeing is fantastic, and it comes at a time when we particularly know around opportunity and achievement gaps need to be closed, and there's urgency around that. I also want to thank you for facilitating those rounds of observations. It was very helpful to see that. And just to acknowledge that in all of our transformation schools, I'm sure that there's fantastic work that's going on, and that's led by dedicated administrators as well as dedicated teachers. My question around the data and seeing like the growth percentiles, I noticed in the appendix here, you show the math mid-year growth. What I was looking for was I wanted to be able to compare the 23 to 24 conditional growth percentiles so that we can see how much that is. But I don't seem to, I guess I don't see that in the appendix. And then also on slide 26 and 27, I don't know if I'm reading this wrong, but we're seeing the map growth reading for 23 to 24 as the label, but the data itself is from 24, 25. All right, so you have it there. All right, I might have people have that as well.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone has the appendix up.
So, Dr. Elkins, first I'll say thank you so much for joining us on that visit.
Yeah, it's different in our report.
Okay, I apologize if there's some confusion over the data, but that's certainly something we would clarify for you.
Is it the map?
No, it's in the appendix. That's all. I think it's just, because what I see here is aligned. Okay.
Okay,
That's
thank
what I
you.
was wondering. I was like, wait a second, what year am I looking at? All right, that's fine. And a final question for me, at least right now, is, so it's great to hear stories from both of your schools. As I think about sort of the other half of our transformation schools, and those that are particularly growing, but perhaps not at the same rate, are you all as transformation schools communicating with the other transformation schools to share best practices, maybe some things that are working in your school environments, particularly around chronic absenteeism or other things that will help those schools out as well?
Is this one?
I'll let the school leaders comment as well. I think there's a lot of collaboration between schools, primarily within their regions, and each region has multiple transformation schools and non-transformation schools. We don't want the only reference point for transformation schools to be other transformation schools. So we have a very collaborative approach in Region 5, which is Young Achievers, and Region 7, which is Snowden. But I'll open up if you have any comments about collaborating and learning from colleagues. Nothing to add. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Attendance. One of the, the first priority that you mentioned here is to continue to improve tiered attendance plans. What are the criteria for that you think of in making those improvements?
So,
what are additional criteria to improve that, given the attendance issue remains pretty stagnant at this point?
So the basic approach to a tiered plan is that there are universal practices such as making sure every student has strong relationships, a sense of safety, and there's a strong relationship between the family and the school. That's what we call Tier 1 practices. Then there are Tier 2 practices, which is when we see a student not responding to the universal practices, we then have some outreach. So an example of a Tier 2 commitment would be that every family receives a phone call when a student is absent, and a personal phone call from a staff member who knows the family. And then a tier 3 intervention is for students that don't respond to that. And that's something much more intensive and clinical. And that could be work with the school social worker or referral to some sort of outside support. So what we expect and ask of schools and the philosophy they follow is starting by making sure all of their tier 1 practices are very strong, then identifying the students that need something more and using tier 2 practices, and then identifying that final subset of students that need very intensive supports. And these are 2 schools that are doing good practices in that area, so I would just open it up to something that each of you is working on in attendance to try to keep that progress going. You've both shown progress in the last 2 years.
Well, I can say that my little first and second graders are excited about attendance game night. So if you maintain for a stint of time 25% or higher attendance, you are invited. And so it brings us all together to have fun. So we're actually working that side of sense of belonging, as well as celebrating their attendance. So we have about 4 different events throughout the year that really get the kids excited. And what I wasn't able to show is I think we won the Platinum Award for decreasing chronic attendance last year with these initiatives.
I'll say for Snowden, I think the most impactful thing I think we've done is the relationship piece. I think when students feel like there's someone in the building who misses or notices when they're not there, it's the biggest impact for students. But I think one of the things I was able to do actually starting this week was kind of work with the Office of Student Support, and we buddied seniors. Omer, I know he's not here, but he had mentioned this, some of our seniors who had really strong attendance with 9th graders who were in the yellow, who were kids who are coming to school but not consistently, and then we paired them to actually go to lunch together and just talk about their high school experience, because we realized that a 9th grader talking to a 12th grader about how they get up in the morning and make sure they're coming to school every day can be really impactful. So that's something that we did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, you provide financial support for those lunches between those students.
Thank you so much for your work and for the presentation and for being here and showing up late to the dance tonight too. I have a few questions. Some will be less for our school leaders who I see you working so hard and taking the resources that have been allocated and trying to do incredible things with them and having real success. So thank you so much. I am curious, given that some schools have shown improvement, others have remained stagnant or even declined, I guess before I ask a policy question, like what do we think are the core systemic barriers to like consistent progress? And are there either district-wide practices or resources that we should be rethinking?
So I think it's safe to say, and something that's well known, that when you have a higher level of need in a school, it's a more complex job to run the school. That's true from community to community in the state, and then that's true within each community from school to school within the community. So our transformation schools, we share our demographic summary data with you. They're not the same as the non-transformation schools on the whole. That doesn't mean excellence isn't completely within our grasp, but it does mean we have to execute the district plan extremely well, and we have to provide those schools with a lot of support. So I think what we're seeing right now is that some schools have aligned the supports, the people, and the strategy and are showing good improvement. That tells us this can work, but it's not easy. And then other schools are showing us that we still need to continue to make adjustments. And continuous improvement is the philosophy we're operating on. We rewrite our plans every 90 days. We look at data the way Snowden just described and experiment with a new attendance initiative of partnering students. We're constantly trying to innovate and try something new. So I think the answer I would say is that anytime you have inequality unevenly distributed. There's some more challenges to address, but they're not insurmountable obstacles. We just have to work together to continue to problem solve. And if we identify areas where resources are the problem, we will work relentlessly to find those resources. But I think the primary obstacles are not resource obstacles. They're just aligning the strategy and the learning and the collaboration so that we can have all schools move forward the way that currently some schools are. And I hope that addresses some of what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a couple different categories. I think one, we see some structural stuff. Bless you. I think we see some structural stuff, like we see that it takes sometimes schools with a leadership change multiple years to get teaming correct and situated. And that is that you have a strong student support team, you have a strong ILT, you have a strong school site council, so that you have got everybody rowing in the same direction. And that doesn't happen overnight. That's people, and you have to develop that. So I think, like, there's definitely the structural category. I think to, bless you, I think to Mike's point, just because the resources are there doesn't necessarily mean schools and school leaders know how to use them. And so there is also that. I think at particular schools where you see like a non-stickiness to what we're trying to do, when you kind of drill down, you see high churn. So the students that you're putting the resources into this year are different students than next year. And so what then happens is that just never sticks, and you don't see it in the data. So I think we see it on multiple levels. But to Mike's point, we also see plenty of best practice examples, like with Jamila and like with Raquel. Like in Young Achievers' case, 3 years ago, like I will just be honest, that school, every day I was working on. Like Sam was working on every day. There were issues. And Jamila coming in, she's been able to put those systems in place, build the relationships, work with the parents, and build a foundation that now starts to take off. Same with Snowden. Like, literally, we would be getting issues all the time. And in Raquel's case, she's got 3 buildings that she's managing because the kids are across 3 buildings. That, to me, is a structural issue that we need to solve, right? So I just think we have lots of best practice of the schools that once you get X, Y, and Z in place, take off. But sometimes it's not crystal clear. When you look at a school, you're like, great leader, solid staff, like X, Y, Z, and the data's stuck. And I think that's the part that Mike and Linda and I have been talking about, of those are the schools that we really need to kind of peel back and do a root analysis of sort of what's going on.
I guess a second question, how do we then consider consolidating or restructuring or redesigning persistently low-performing schools, especially in light of our declining enrollment and the facilities constraints? How does that play into this?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're actually working to some of that already. I think for an example, Mel King is a school that we've had in deep design for the last year, making real structural changes in terms of the buildings and in terms of the kinds of positions and staff that are there. I think even like in Young Achievers' case, we made the structural changes around the 7th and 8th grade and the extended school day as a model that wasn't working and actually was disrupting that 7th and 8th grade. I think in other cases where we see churn in particular grades, like 7th, 8th, we're talking about that's a school that might be really good as a pre-K to 6 to be able to remove like where the resources are stretched too much. So I think we're really trying to be thoughtful about that. And like in the merger situation, like with Winthrop Clapp or with Philbrook Sumner, it's about bringing together schools that are going to complement each other. And in that new entity, really be able to be asset-based, right? And compensate for whatever deficit was there. They're really asset-based. So I do think, like, to your point, remember, Cadet Hernandez, like, we're really trying to think about how long-term facilities plan, how the inclusion plan, and then how the work that the school leaders are doing at the local school level are all complementing.
As a parent and a school committee member too, I guess it's the question I ask every year or every time we do this update. Sort of what is the threshold or timeline after which like the significant investments that we make require us to consider another option? And I'm thinking about that for families in schools that are not having the same gains that these two leaders are having. I'm looking at that school with a 24% growth on their MAP assessment. Like, at what point, how many times can you perform inconsistently and outside of our standard, and we continue to serve it as a viable option?
Superintendent, can I speak?
Go for it, Mike.
I think it's a powerful question, and it's one that I think no one can exactly answer. We went through a time in the country, and you were part of it, and I was a principal during that time, when very radical restructuring was the plan. And some schools saw dramatic improvement, and some deteriorated, and then some that saw dramatic improvement then fell back. So I think the answer is we have zero tolerance, and we should have zero tolerance for a school that doesn't seem to be where we want it to be. There's utmost urgency. But restructuring sometimes sets you back rather than forward. So I think the question is, what's the next adjustment that we can make to build momentum? And if it doesn't work, we quickly make the next adjustment. We're very bought into continuous improvement approach, and that there's always something within the existing structure that can make the classroom and the school better. And that's how, in our office, and I think as a district, we're looking at that.
Yeah. I think it's an important one for us to hold as we're getting these sort of like, sort of a piecemeal master facilities plan and its relationship to school performance. Oftentimes we're talking more about facilities than we are outcomes and progress. And so I'm just holding that. And I don't have an answer either. I'm not like, I think it should be 4 years. I ask that question because I think as a parent, I would want that information. How long are we going, and how long are we willing to keep trying in our current structure? The semantics of like, this thing is moving here and there, I think from a human-based experience as a parent, is like in the weeds system level stuff. At the end of the day, like, I'm a dad. I'm like, is my kid learning to read? What are the outcomes of this school? Are they safe? Like, point blank. And so being offered by the system something that isn't showing that as a viable solution, I don't know what the timeline is at 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. But I do believe as a public good, we should be offering more clarity around that. That comment, I guess the last thing I'll ask in my little time, I am curious. I know these investments are rich and meaningful, and to your point, as we saw during a different school reform era, we then see schools slip back. What are the types of either capacity building or transitional experiences that transformation schools get as they move off of the need for this sort of intensive support?
So that scale down of support is something we're still working to design. But I think what we anticipate seeing and what we see in our strongest schools is that the churn of staffing has also been reduced, as well as the superintendent mentioned students, but staff turnover, so that the investments we make in staff, they're working together as teams, they're learning, we're coaching, pays off. The strategy depends on staff staying and strengthening each year. So once schools start to exit, there's usually higher morale, higher stability, better survey results as well as academic results.
Yeah.
in a way, the movement itself
It's
creates
galvanizing.
momentum and can pull schools out of that situation. And maybe that's a little bit of wishful thinking, but that's also a description of what our strongest schools, what they're like. And so I think that's what we envision happening.
Thank you. Thank you both again for your service and the work. The only other thing I'll ask for our next presentation is, can we see, and I've asked for this before, can we see enrollment data at the schools? I think it would be helpful for us as a body to understand the level of enrollment, not as a solid number, but just the percentage of unfilled seats, if there are any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Could I just ask, these school leaders have to get up really early tomorrow. We have principal for a day and a dance. If there's not any questions specifically for the school leaders, I'd like to say thank you very much. You did a great job. Go home.
I did have a question for them.
You know what? I'll have you call them. They're exhausted.
Thank you.
I feel like I've been abandoned.
Is that Darren Wells? All right, Eddie. Life after retirement, Darren.
So, Mr. Saban, thank you for the presentation. And as some of my colleagues have said as well, the ability for us to go out to transformation schools, to sit in some of the observations of classrooms and see exactly what they're looking for was actually very helpful to the work for our understanding, or for my understanding of it. So thank you for that. What I would have asked the school leaders if they were here, but I will ask you, is when we look at the instructional, the observations, 1,290, we ask school leaders to do a lot. It's, we hold them accountable for everything, and they have a lot coming at them. They have, if they're a transformation school, they have your team coming at them to help. Through their regional network, they have others coming in who are also from some district central office, be it academics or ELL or multilingual, et cetera. There's a lot of, and even in some of the larger schools, they're doing the observations themselves. We saw at Brighton High School, they have their own observation form. Your team has a form. Sometimes the direct district teams have a form. Who's watching the watchers, so to speak, or who's watching the observers? Who's observing the observers to make sure that all this information flowing to our school leaders is really of value? And how do we help them sort through these various voices? And I know the regional network is very helpful. At Brighton High School, they were talking about, the regional superintendent helped sort that out as well, to run interference, so to speak. But how do we make sure, because we hold them so accountable, how do we make sure the information and support that is coming to them is as high of quality as the materials we are asking them to use in the classroom?
Great question. Superintendent, you look like you wanted to speak to that, or, okay.
No, go ahead. I'll go after you.
So that is a great question. And I've primarily been a school leader in my career, not a district office employee. So that's always on front of mind. Excuse me. Two things that I would think about related to that. One is the accountability is extremely high for school leaders. Their data, their school's performance is publicly linked to their name in the state system. That's the highest level of public accountability. And the majority of that accountability is on student academic performance, which comes from the classroom. So helping the school leaders spend as much time in the classroom as they can, together with members of their team and the district team, is extremely important, because they are held accountable, and above all, that's what they're accountable for. So that's one thing to just keep in mind. And one of the reasons we try to do these rounds in a structured way and by teams is so that each of us isn't trying to pull the principal to do something, but we have scheduled dates, we go at the same time, and we work to get into those classrooms together. And if it's not a district round, that's what the school's doing. You heard Brighton describe their own practice there, which is a model for the district, what they're doing. The other thing that we have to think about all the time is what can we clear from their plate, if you can use that term. They are asked to do a lot. And one of the functions that the Transformation Office takes is trying to help advocate for that. We actually, in our office, have a saying, don't give anyone something new to do. Help them do the most important things they've already been asked to do. And I think that's a culture that we need to support with all of our central office, is those leaders need to be in the classroom. They need to be working with their admin teams, their coaches, and their teachers. Every day, let's ask ourselves a way we can simplify things for them so they can do the heart of their job in that way. The last thing I'd say is there's an increasing effort by the superintendent's office and by the regional staff to survey school leaders in increasing detail to try to figure out exactly which things are widely most helpful and which things need to be adjusted. So I commend the district. I've been part of BPS for a long time. I commend the district on really asking for a level of detailed information beyond what's been asked for, I think, in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would just add is that I think classroom visits and observations take a lot of time to norm and to practice, and to become a habit, you have to keep doing it. And I think, you know, we've gone hot and cold in this in the district over many years with not the kind of intentionality that we need. But when it's done regularly and you're in classrooms and you're working with teachers as a team and everybody's kind of on the same page, that's where you really start to kind of pull the veil back and figure out what's going on. And I think that's really what Mike's team is doing, is establishing that new culture, which we know in the highest performing schools exists. So it's taking schools and helping them to get better at that. And for school leaders too, it also gives them a more trained eye for how to be able to constructively support their own staff. So I just think, I mean, I made it a habit. When I was a principal, I was in my classrooms, even if it was walking through the classroom for 5 minutes, I was like in and out of my classrooms to pulse my kids and my staff. And you just come to know everything in that way. When you can do it in a sustained fashion, where you're collecting data and then actually really like activating all the resources we have in the regional model based on factual data of what you're seeing in the classroom, that's where the magic can happen. But you've got to really build that culture to do that. And that's what I think Brighton has done, was evidenced. And I think it's what, you know, the leaders that spoke tonight are attempting to do.
Thank you for that. And one additional question, and I want to kind of go up to a 100,000-foot viewpoint, so to speak. And I think Mr. Cardet-Hernandez, I'm almost building a little bit on the point you were making, which was, if I interpreted your point right, which was how do we use this data to inform decisions about schools, mergers, closings, et cetera, right? Like what's, I'd like to take that same thought process but move a little bit higher, because this transformation work was part of our state plan, right? The state improvement plan. And that is going away at the end of the year. At what point, you know, Superintendent, how do you feel about this transformation work versus, we alluded to before, you know, other ways? There was the aggressive approach a few years ago through federal funding of, you know, you have to change 50% of the staff, so on and so forth. But then we also had the downside of that was alluded to, that when some schools worked their way out of it, all of a sudden that additional support went away and some slipped right back into it. And we've had that endless cycle. So I'm just interested, Superintendent, in your thoughts of this transformation work versus other approaches to kind of radically transforming schools, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, this was an area of the SIP that we really were applauded for with Mike's work and the team's work. I think it's some of the best kind of data-informed, analytical, strategic work I've seen, because it takes what's there and attempts to build capacity, not dismantle and try to rebuild or try to put paint on something and call it something different, or use what hasn't really worked statewide in terms of receiverships, takeovers, closures. When you're in in terms of a district, you can't close your way out of a tier 1 problem, like in our district. You can't, because you're just going to move the kids someplace else that's going to have that same problem. So all we're doing is just moving chairs on the deck. We're not addressing the underneath issues, which is what I think Mike and the team are attempting to do in the transformation work, is they're literally attempting to. Now, some of that can be structural, and I think that's some of the conversations like to be had is what happens when you have that school that for 4 years has been, despite all the resources, been stagnant. And that's where I think, much like we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 for schools, we need to be thinking about that at a district level of like, what then do we do for those schools? But those are not the majority of our schools. The majority of our schools in transformation, we're seeing movement. Sometimes it's not as accelerated and as we want it to be. And that's another thing that I think we're talking about, how to be able to do better accelerant. But we're seeing movement, we're seeing movement. But, like in the case of, Mel King, like we knew that we needed to do something really different. And I think there's an entire team working on that. And I think, the experience for young people going forward in that school is going to be different. And from an achievement standpoint, like we're starting to put the foundations in there where there's better access to reading intervention and support, and at the high school level, early college and career, like the things that high school students, young people want. So I think we've also sometimes accepted certain schools at certain levels and not done the hard work that we're doing right now. Like to say that's not okay. And, those are just hard truths to talk about, publicly, but I think like that is what the team's committed to do. And I think what I've seen is the leaders really respond to that. I've seen the leaders and the staffs respond and say like, all right, like, what are we going to do different? And be open to that. And I don't think there's anything harder for staffs and principals to do when they don't have all the answers than to open their classrooms.
Yeah.
That's like a vulnerability that is the opposite. They tend to close the door. They tend to close the classroom. And so I think Mike's done really good work, like getting folks to open the doors and sort of like let us in so that we can see what's happening and how best to be able to support. So we're intending to continue with the transformation. The other thing I would just say is, and this is another conversation that, we've been having actively, but as you looked at the list, you saw a bunch of schools in green, and those are schools that we're continuing to label. They don't fall under the state guidance of the lowest 10%. And so we haven't actively exited transformation schools thus far, but that is a step that we will be taking shortly, because I think they're at a point where we're not going to remove the supports that help them get there, but taking that title from them will really show them and other schools what's possible when you go through this process. So that's the other thing that I think we intend to do.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm glad to hear your support. The state may have encouraged us to come up with an approach, but as you said, this is something you're actually very proud of.
Very much.
And Mr. Saban, the work of you and your team, to be able to get under the hood and see it in action was very helpful. And I see that you're developing a partnership with the schools that you're working with. You're not being the big bad district saying you must do this. It's you're working with them to try to get improvement together. So I appreciate that and appreciate the presentation, and I look forward to us continuing to hear updates on this.
Thank you. I'll just add one thing, if I could, which is that our strategy in the Transformation Office is identical to the strategy in the region. What we're doing as an office is exactly what the regional teams are doing. We're just able to bring more support with the same process to these schools. So I just want to clarify, this is the regional strategy, the district strategy, and we're supporting it with a little bit more intensity for certain schools.
Excellent, thank you.
want to be able to ensure that I'm understanding this and that I'm able to get this. Is it possible to see longitudinal data for these schools? Because to some degree, if I'm interpreting what I'm looking at correctly, I feel this is like the wrong information in terms of like how I'm thinking about the problem. I need to see each school's growth as it compares to itself for each year.
Yes.
Because I'm also thinking about as the entire district implements high quality instructional material, I'm imagining that district average goes up. Right?
Yes.
Which also means that you experience perhaps just everything just scales in the same way. So there's a question of, especially as we talk about opportunity and achievement gaps, what are the different resources that transformation schools are receiving as compared to our non-transformation schools in order to close that gap? So to showcase the growth that we are seeing, I feel like I need to see each school's that 24 that we're looking at for the lowest, like for reading scores, I need to see, well, what was that at 23 in the 24 school year? Yeah. Because for me, that shows like, all right, there actually is growth that's going on at that school. It may not be, may not be enough to close the gap, which is a different conversation, but I am seeing the growth. So I'm wondering if I could, separately, just be able to look at that and,
So in this first slide in your appendix, there's a linked spreadsheet that will have what you want for the state data. Our internal data, we don't have in that format, and it's not quite as reliable. There's more variation in participation, conditions. There's other factors with our internal data that makes it so we can't, the schools look at it, of course, that way all the time.
Right.
But we don't think it would make sense, and it wouldn't really represent accurately what's going on to take less standardized things that we might do internally and then try to compare them over many years. So the schools are looking at that for individual students. They're looking at that throughout the year for groups and grades. But the most reliable data we have is linked here, which is multiple years of growth and achievement and attendance, all these very important indicators that is available to you there.
Okay. No, that's helpful.
I know we still have two more reports, but I have only a couple of quick things, and we don't have to fully discuss them tonight. First of all, I want to thank you for last Friday and the opportunity to come and be at Brighton. I think I've thought a lot about that visit, and even in that short term, what we were seeing, and thinking about the great diversity that was representative, both in terms of kids' skills, et cetera, with individual teachers working towards providing high-quality materials scaffolded. And then thinking about looking at the data sets that we get back and wondering, do those two things compute? These, as I said, this isn't, I mean, it may be typical for what the student body at Brighton is, but that's not a typical student body with many schools that are also using these same materials, as assessment. And the question is, how do students understand their growth? How does this teacher understand the growth when they're trying to do 12 different things simultaneously within that same 40-minute period? Give teachers a lot of credit for trying to keep, as I said, all the balls in the air, trying to keep all of the students somewhat engaged and understanding when the language abilities are different, regardless of whether they actually, even though they may have the age, do they actually have the skills to do that work together? And trying to understand, at the end of a day, how does a teacher assess and feel that they have put a lot of effort and energy into this, and then how does it look when somebody is mapping it on a graph?
Yeah. Thank you for that. I do want to just acknowledge and thank the Margaret and Muñiz staff and the Brighton High School staff for hosting these visits. I think we saw beautiful classrooms and very engaged students and extremely dedicated teachers, so it was great to see that. I think the way I would answer your question is that we try really hard not to think about, is it exactly fair? Is it exactly the perfect system? I think the educators at Margaret and Muñiz and Brighton are doing a great job implementing the district curriculum. They're making the adjustments that are needed. We saw the students were engaged, and they're very confident that their students are going to show progress. So I don't want to spend time, and I don't want our office or district to spend too much time ourselves thinking about, is it the perfect system? I have so much confidence that those two schools are about to show good progress and will continue to, similar to the schools we just saw. And that's possible. Those students can do it, and those schools are doing it. And those are some great teachers we saw in action. So I think we're going to see some good successes there, even if the system's not perfect.
But I guess because so many of our students, particularly in our transformation schools, are different than what the system is often measuring, where do we come up with a measure that helps us to actually really see what we're doing and acknowledging the efforts our folks are making? You know, why haven't, at this point in time, haven't we created a supplemental alternative system that says, this is what we're doing, this is how we can see the efforts that are being made, and explain it back instead of trying to fit into a system that may or may not be perfect?
Well, I think you're making a great point, which is it's extremely important to have our own measures of the things we care most about, and that we're able to make sure we're progressing on those fronts. And we do have some of them, such as making sure we ask students about sense of belonging, for example. That's a separate measure that we value a lot. And there's a lot of questions that lie within that about connectedness to the school, about relationships, about safety. So there are a set of things that we need to make sure we elevate to match standardized test data, which is just one very narrow, it's important, but it's one narrow band of information. It's the one that's valued and weighted most in accountability. That doesn't mean it's the most important, but we also don't want to discredit it because we know our students can do it. So we expect to see growth there. And your point is well taken.
Yeah, no, we've met students in other situations who will say, I've only been in the district for 2 years and I came with very little English and are speaking fluently and writing and doing wonderful things. And my question is, where's the acknowledgement of that? Because when we look at this data, it's not acknowledging it.
Yep.
But it's happening. So the question is, where can we do the both and? So that our teachers do richly get the accolades for the efforts that they've actually made, even if it's not appearing over here, but that we can really see that, because I think a lot of that goes on every year.
Yeah, so you're inviting us and encouraging us to recognize and celebrate great things that are going on, and I appreciate that, and that's something we need to do more of.
All right, thank you, and we look forward to hearing more the next quarter.
Thank you.
Okay. Our second report this evening is a student incident documentation policy. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 10 minutes, and I'd like to remind our presenters to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters, and I want to invite the superintendent to give introductory remarks.
Great, thank you. So tonight, my team will walk you through a revision of the BPS incident documentation policy. This revision is part of our regular review to ensure our policies are up to date. Following tonight's presentation, we will return to a future school committee meeting for your vote. In 2020, this body voted to approve the student information policy, but the law changed at the end of that year. As a result, BPS no longer employs school police officers or has authorization to complete Boston Police Department incident reports. Due to this change, BPS needed to update its policy on how incidents are recorded. We held 6 meetings over 7 months to gather feedback from the community most impacted by the policy. We now have a proposed incident documentation policy that we believe reflects our efforts to protect students and their privacy while meeting our legal obligation to document school-based incidences. Legal advisor Lorenzo De Silvio, Jose Lopez, and BPS Senior Director, Legal Director of Compliance and Civil Rights, Inizi Marrero, BPS Chief and Executive Director of Safety, Security, and Crisis Response, are here tonight and will give tonight's presentation and explain how we got here and the specifics of the policy revision. And they're available to answer your questions following the presentation. So, gentlemen.
Chair and members of the school committee, thank you so much for this opportunity to brief you on the proposed student incident documentation policy. We'll endeavor to keep it to the allotted time. I'll be speaking about the history of this policy as it's come before you before, and then my colleague Jose will talk about how the policy has been improved with community feedback and engagement, and then Chief Marrero will discuss how there's accountability and transparency in the allocation of resources following a school-based incident under this policy. So in terms of the history, we need to go back to 2020 when this committee first signed off on a policy related to student information and data sharing. So at the time, Safety Services had officers who were authorized under the law to make arrests. They could file reports, and these reports were regularly shared with the Boston Police Department. However, at the end of 2020, the law changed. Safety Services no longer has police officers with those same authorities. They don't write those reports as they used to do. So as a consequence, we need to update our policy. We presented an updated policy in this regard in August of 2024, but in September of 24, we tabled it because there were concerns from members of the community about whether we had struck the right balance in terms of protecting both student privacy and student safety. So we tabled that policy at the time, and over the past 7 months, we've engaged in at least 6 meetings with a multitude of different advocates from the community who have helped us better craft a policy that now more adequately balances the competing interests that I was alluding to earlier. I just want to express my gratitude towards all those who participated in that progress, their zealous advocacy, and their assistance in helping us craft a policy that's stronger, more balanced, and will better serve the needs of students and families, and also BPS as a district. So now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Jose Lopez.
Thank you, Counselor. Good evening, Superintendent, Chair Robinson, Vice Chair O'Neill, and committee members. My name is Jose Lopez, and I'm the Senior Legal Director of BPS's Office of Civil Rights. My remarks will highlight important changes in this policy over time that aim at achieving 2 goals. The first, student privacy being better protected, and the second, that trust and oversight are enhanced. As you know, historically, police officers were present in our schools, and those officers utilized standard police reports to document school-based incidents. Those reports collected data that was detailed about students and included information that identified students, for example, name, race, ethnicity, etc. And the reports were used for all types of incidents, including those that could be considered to be of low disruption and least concerning, to those that were considered the most concerning, and everything in between. There were community concerns about this approach to safety and data collection. The over-policing of children, the perception that we were adding to the school-to-prison pipeline, the militarization of schools, and the creation of records that could show up somehow unidentified downstream solely because that data exists, and then that data having unintended and deeply impacting and disrupting consequences on children and caregivers. As a result, the district shifted away from school police officers and towards the use of school safety specialists to handle school-based safety incidents and address some of those concerns through changes. Next slide, please. On student privacy. School police officers previously utilized what was referred to as a BPD 1.1 report that captured detailed identifying information about students, and there was no mandated legal review of the data that was collected or shared. This policy replaces that report with a log that has specific and limited data that is collected and used in only certain types of school-based incidents. In addition, there is regular, by policy, legal review. On trust and oversight. This policy reestablishes a working group to review all entries to this log and make recommendations to the superintendent. Where previously training was limited to specific titles, under this policy, training will now be provided to any staff charged with responding or supporting student safety incidents. And the actual policy and a summary will be made available on the BPS website. I'd like to turn it over now to my esteemed colleague, Executive Director of Safety, Security, and Crisis Response, Izzy Marrero. Thank you.
Good evening. So the goal of this policy is basically to better manage our resources, better allocate our resources. Essentially, it is a form for us to collect data and intelligence. Every major corporation, every agency collects intelligence to better determine how to allocate resources, what resources are needed, timing, to better predict maybe certain actions or events. However, what's specific about this logging incident is that it still protects the anonymity of the students. Okay, now, it's very important to understand that this is incumbent on the school leaders, making sure that they maintain their information on Aspen so that there's proper follow-up with the other supporting resources. But as far as the safety is concerned, we'll still be able to log these incidents, understand the incidents that are taking place, the groups that are involved, and then how to allocate those resources. We can't, next slide. Oh, you're on it. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. We can't manage what you don't measure. If we're just being if we're just being reactive to incidents as they come, then we're just basically being that dog chasing his tail around and just basically responding the same way. This, again, will continue to allow us to be informed and allow us to gather the information to be able to act accordingly and hopefully put in systems in place that will help deter and prevent future incidents while ensuring the safety of the students, the anonymity, and ensuring that these students as well as staff get the supports and resources that are necessary. This is also in spirit of transparency while still protecting the anonymity of the students. Understand that the whole goal is protecting the anonymity of the students so that we don't have an incident where we accidentally, unintentionally provide that information to any law enforcement agency or any other agency that may be collecting that type of data. This is an opportunity for us to ensure that we ensure the safety of the students, safety of the staff, the school community, while still making sure that we protect everybody's information. That's all I have. Any questions?
Questions?
I think, do you anticipate, I mean, just given the landscape right now, do you anticipate any type of pushback regarding the policy? I mean, I know we're somewhat sheltered within the district of this, but have you all thought about what kind of pushback we might receive on a grander scale, if any?
Well, I think the fact that there's been a lot of communications with several community partners and organizations, and they had input in this policy. I think that from the public's point of view, I believe that we're going to have substantial support.
I'm thinking about more from like federal agencies, things like that will.
Well, federal agencies already have issues with FERPA.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's already in place. So there's already a system in place that already limits federal agencies having access. See, the thing is that we now understand we're no longer a law enforcement agency. We lost that power when the Post Commission came into effect in 2020. So we can't operate with the mindset of a law enforcement agency when we're no longer afforded those protections and those powers. So this is an opportunity for us to look at ourselves and still ensure the safety of the students and the staff, and kind of with a little bit of a police mindset without actually operating as a police agency.
Can I just Could I just add one more thing to that? Because we were mindful of the current relationship between the federal government and state and local entities, and that's obviously of understandable concern to many members of our community, but it's precisely for that reason that we've taken care to ensure that only certain information is memorialized, that information that could identify a student or tie them to an incident is not captured, and that even were we to disclose it, only after an attorney from my office were to review it, and only after ensuring that any information that someone could use to piece together the identity of a student would be redacted. So we have thought carefully about how to balance it precisely because of the political environment we find ourselves in.
Just a question really quick. Two questions. One, thank you for the update. I guess the effectiveness of it will only happen if we're auditing what people are doing to know if they're doing it well. Is that part of that, and how is that being supported?
Yes, that is part of it. We've also thought about implementation in terms of expanding trainings, not just to school leaders and members of safety services, but also anyone involved in responding to an incident. Auditing is required under the policy anytime the log is disclosed, and the Chief of Safety Services is empowered to ensure that it's only accessible to members of him and his team, and to review entries in the log for compliance, and can change them with attorney review to ensure that they do comply with the policy.
Copy. Thank you.
I'll add, in addition, the working group will review all entries after they've been vetted by legal into the log, and so there is some transparency for interested community activists and members of that working group to see what is appearing on the log, so they can offer additional suggestions or recommendations that might be needed.
And then like the disclosures that then happen to law enforcement that are under legal review, like what's the check and balance there?
So to start with, we only will disclose it when authorized by law. When it comes to a third party requesting it that doesn't have some other right to it, they would need a court order or subpoena. And then even then, the redaction is our intent to create a belt and suspenders approach to ensuring that we're adequately protecting student privacy.
Okay, thank you.
I will simply say thank you for your work on this. And as alluded to by a fellow member, the opportunity for confusion about this and misinformation is strong, because these touch on some really hot button issues right now. And so I really appreciate these slides about the 2020 policy, the 2024 policy, and then the 2025 policy, and what the differences are. You make it abundantly clear, the work that is done on this, and so I just want to thank you for that. So I understand the changes that are being recommended, but the process of how you did it, very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Thank you all, and we look forward to taking action on this at our next meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our last presentation this evening is the Massachusetts School Choice Plan for school year 25-26. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 7 minutes. And again, I'd like to remind our presenters, just please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. And I want to invite the superintendent to give introductory remarks.
Thank you, Chair. So as you know, each year, the Boston School Committee must choose whether or not to participate in the Massachusetts Inter-District School Choice Program for the upcoming school year. The Educational Reform Act of 1993 amended the Massachusetts School Choice Law and established a presumption that each school committee will admit non-residents under the school choice program unless districts vote not to participate by June 1st each year. The rationale for withdrawal must be shared with the Department of Education, Elementary and Secondary Education, or DESE. If the school committee members do not vote to withdraw from the school choice program, it means the district agrees to allow non-resident students to attend BPS schools starting in the 25-26 school year. If the members decide the district should participate, they must also decide whether to restrict enrollment to certain grade levels, or it is assumed that all grades will be open for enrollment in the fall. Since the law was enacted in 1994, the school committee has voted not to participate in the school choice program in order to ensure that Boston resident students have priority access to all BPS schools. Members of my team are here tonight to discuss our recommendation for the district's continued non-participation in the school choice program. We're joined by Dr. Ana Tavares, Deputy Superintendent of Community and Family Advancement, and Chief Family Advancement Officer Magali Sanchez. I'd like to point out that during the 2024-2025 school year, none of the communities surrounding the city of Boston participated in the school choice program, including Brookline, Dedham, Needham, Milton, Somerville, and Revere. In other words, based on the decisions of past years, Boston should not reasonably expect reciprocity from neighboring cities and towns. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Tavares for a short presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Chair and school committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. We've been presenting on this one for some years now. The Inter-District School Choice Program, as many of you know, every year our committee must choose whether or not to participate in the Massachusetts Inter-District School Choice Program for the upcoming school year. This decision has a significant impact on our students, and we could even consider the biggest impact on our multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and first-generation students, to name a few. Why and how, you may ask? First, I want to highlight the school committee's priorities, which play a significant role in this decision. When I think of this body's priorities, the accelerated academic performance, ensuring access for all students, and consistently in high-quality learning opportunities. That is our charge. These are key considerations that must be weighed in the decision. As mentioned earlier by the superintendent, since the law was enacted in 1994, the school committee has voted not to participate in the school choice program, in part because our neighboring districts consistently opt out and do not participate. To ensure that Boston resident students receive priority access to all of our BPS schools, we're guided by the priorities set forth by you, my school committee. Meeting those priorities is still an area of growth that we are focused on attaining. Lastly, the superintendent mentioned in today's press conference during our roundtable with families on transportation that our families were clear. Yes, we have made significant improvements, and we must continue to invest in those improvements for the children of Boston. We still have some work to do. And then the factors for consideration are also access to high-demand schools and programs, remaining nimble for late registration, and lastly, reciprocal benefit. If the members decide the district should participate, they must also decide whether to restrict enrollment to certain grade levels, or it is assured and assumed that all grades will open to enrollment in the fall and beyond. That's really the question. As you know, we have families that arrive throughout the school year, and we must provide services and access to seats across our district. Currently, not all grades or all programs have the desired available seats we would like to have for all of our Boston students. Finally, do Boston neighbors participate in school choice? As of last year, and this is a trend we follow very closely, our neighboring districts do not participate in the Inter-District School Choice Program. And now I'd like to welcome our wonderful Chief of Family Advancement, Chief Sanchez, to share some additional points for your consideration. Chief?
Thank you, Dr. Tavares. And good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent, school committee members. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening, and I'll be reviewing some additional factors for you all to consider prior to engaging in conversations about recommendations, as well as reviewing the voting procedures and highlighting some upcoming dates to share, as well as closing reflections. In terms of our financial factors for your consideration, in addition to what Dr. Tavares said earlier, as well as Superintendent Skipper, it's critical to share that enrolling non-Boston resident students would create significant unbudgeted costs, especially around special education, English learner support, and mandated services. It is also important to note that state law limits tuition for non-resident students to $5,000 or 75% of the per pupil costs, well below BPS's current $30,408 per pupil expenditure. Our BPS transportation system is currently operating at capacity. We're doing really well, go Dan. However, absorbing additional demand can certainly also put strains on those systems as well. For this reason, our recommendation, given the significant unbudgeted cost and the need to prioritize access to high-quality seats for Boston resident students, along with the factors previously outlined, we strongly recommend that the Boston School Committee vote to opt out of the Interdistrict School Choice Program for the 2025-2026 school year. I'd like to talk a little bit about understanding the vote, because it's very critical. Each year, all Massachusetts school committees must vote by June 1st to determine whether their district will participate in the Interdistrict School Choice Program for the upcoming school year. A yes vote means that BPS will not participate in the Interdistrict School Choice Program, and we will continue serving only Boston resident students in school year 25 and 26. A no vote means BPS will join the Interdistrict School Choice Program and begin accepting non-resident students in school year 2025-2026. In closing, tonight, we've respectfully presented these proposals and recommendations for initial review and discussion. On May 14th, we'll hold a formal public hearing followed by a school committee vote on whether to participate in the Interdistrict School Choice Program. By June 1st, as required by law, we must submit the school committee's decision to the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. I'd share that in alignment with our shared commitment to accelerating academic performance, ensuring equitable access for all students, and delivering consistent, high-quality learning experiences, we respectfully ask for your yes vote, a decision not to join the Interdistrict School Choice Program. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and continued dedication to students of our city in Boston. Happy to answer any questions, and I'm going to pass it back to Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and now I'll open it up to questions from members.
Lara, I think la explícita, yes es no, y no es yes. I think only one part is like in Boston, is a little school, a school, bilingual school, right? If you open for anyone outside the Boston, the population of Boston is affected because multilingual students needed more school, right? Yeah. Bilingual, and the bilingual school is a little, I think, is clear.
That's right.
That's correct.
I'll go. This issue heats me up.
We know.
So I'll say a few things. One, it feels far too NIMBY for me, for my liking. This sort of not in my backyard dynamic. I think we're making all the same arguments some folks on the other side would have said as we were welcoming migrants into our city. So I'm just sort of holding that, like our resources are at capacity. I think there's like more there than we're talking about. I want to talk about a pilot and the conversation we've had for the last 2 years about a pilot. But I do think I want to not totally mislead here. Our per student spending is $30,000, give or take, but we have a lot of fixed costs in that spending. And that is the nature of running an under-enrolled district. And so the $5,000 you get to a seat that is already empty in a classroom that is already staffed is not a $30,000 cost. Those are fixed cost, I mean, that is how fixed costs work. The building cost, the classroom cost, the supply cost, those things are there. There is data for us to figure out, like, what is the actual cost implication, but I think it's slightly misleading to say it's $30,000 to $5,000 when we have empty classrooms with fixed cost. I think the second thing that matters to me, which is why I will vote no, yes, I'm voting to offer school choice.
We'll give you cheat sheets.
Thank you so much. Is because I'm less interested in reciprocity. I think someone has to take the lead first. And so if we operate our lives waiting for someone to do it before us in order for it to be good and right, we are failing. And so I think there's something we can do in conversation with communities around us to push this a little bit more. The research is clear. School choice leads to higher academic outcomes for kids who move to another district. That is a fact. That is Pioneer Institute research that has tested through and through. Metco in our own backyard is the perfect example. We are cheapening ourselves and what we can access. We have the opportunity to get that $5,000 in investment to programs like bilingual programs, IB programs, whatever it is that we're building to do good work. I think we need a much clearer analysis of what are our actual fixed costs in an empty classroom, in a building with available seats, instead of just saying what's our per pupil spending. I could keep going, but I think we have an opportunity to turn underutilized capacity into potential revenue. And I think we're not being transparent around what that is. I also think in order to have a proper vote, it would be interesting to understand the available seats across each grade band in our district. And then the last thing I'll say around latecomers to our system, we build our own enrollment policies. So if we were serious about something like this, we could have a 20% set aside in all of our buildings for families coming into the system. Other districts across the country have done that. They are not filling on day one. They are retaining seats for students who come in the middle of the year so that they have access to high quality seats. What we're not doing is being creative. And what we're also not doing is the promise that we've talked about for the last 2 years, which is to come back with some possible solutions here. Whether that is a pilot of 10 or a pilot of 50 or a universal program. I think we deserve to have more data. The last thing I will say here, I can't see my clock anymore, is also, for me, this matters for kids who deserve higher quality education. I think it builds competition in the system, which I think is really healthy for moving achievement.
1 minute left.
And I think it's good for municipal employees who are moving into the city or are working in this city but can't afford to live here. But the idea of having their child close to them where they work is really important. I think there's a lot that we could do with this. I think the yes, no, and not a pilot option is concerning for me. I think we're cheapening what we can do.
Thank you. Other comments?
You can respond.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if there was.
It's true.
It was, I was on my, what's her name?
Member Cadet Hernandez, can you please pose one question for me? I'd happy to respond.
I
can respond to any of that. I will say that I respectfully disagree with the part about not being innovative. Because I will say that when I look at those priorities that you gave to us, the innovation has been happening. And we've been very laser focused in making sure that we hit those priorities. And in an ideal world, like many of us, I was the kind of principal, and I see a lot of us who were, including this wonderful chief next to me, that would never, ever dream of turning any child away from our school. I couldn't do it. And I was really grateful that they removed that responsibility from the school leaders in BPS, and that became a central office decision, because I would have had the hallways filled to the brim. I wonder if a little bit of this is a bit more philosophical and something to aspire to.
No.
Well, which of the priorities would we cut?
I don't think you have to cut any of them.
Because I don't sleep already. Member Cadet Hernandez, what more would you like? I mean, I think the priorities is not,
No, I'm with
I'm
you.
actually, I'm not that kidding about the not sleeping, but that's not the point. The point is, we want our teams to be aligned with the priorities that are expected of us, not just by this body, but also our superintendent who's sitting in front of us has very high expectations of our teams. And we absolutely try to hit those ROIs and KPIs, all of the things that we're expected to hit in doing something of quality. Because I know when you say that you really want it to be quality for all of the children, we would have to think about what of the many debating and stretching priorities that we have, would we have to cease?
But it's not an all or nothing. What we're not offering today is even the idea of a pilot. We're not even looking at a single grade. And that's the part that I'm concerned about. Like, I don't think it's like open it up, no data, no testing. But we're not even considering a single, in a system that is deeply underutilized, that no one may bite at. We're not even saying 10 seats in a single grade with a real focus on trying to attract municipal employees to them. We're not having the analysis of what that does in terms of revenue. I could keep going. I am out of time, but
Chief Sanchez, anything to add?
I mean, I think that I'll bring it down to like more clear practicality. I wish it were where we can just say, okay, so let's open it up for a certain grade. But what happens is, right, let's say we get a flow of students then also coming in, we would still have to provide capacity and availability because they're Boston residents, right? And so we open it up, but then we come to a point where we are at capacity, then now we do have to, and we are required, right, to ensure that we're also serving our Boston residents. And so there's definitely some risks and balances of both, if you will, but that's definitely a key one for sure to consider.
Thank you for all the answers and thank you for your analysis. Well, it's too, it's too late, but I do remember last year, Brandon Garrett Hernandez did raise the recommendation of pilot program, and I know right now before me, what you are presenting to us is very much similar, with all the rationales and all the reasons, similar to what we have seen for the last few years. With that said, well, voting my vote, yes, no, just like him, I don't know yet. But what I'm saying is, the vote of this year is pretty much too close to make any recommendation. But I would like to make, my own recommendation to the superintendent as well as to your office. Please consider Member Hernandez. I see valid points throughout that, fixed costs and all that. Well, when I read this, I said, oh my God, only 5,000 as opposed to 30,000. But when he opened my mind, there are fixed costs. And the fact is that we have so many open seats. We're not talking about just exam school, no. We're talking about the entire school system. So I do appeal to you, I do appeal to the superintendent to consider Member Hernandez's recommendation and at least provide us with some insight, some analysis, some research, next time or during the year regarding, the recommendations that he made. Thank you.
I do fully agree on the data part. I'm actually very excited about that part.
I mean, like, I gotta say, I'm telling on myself, like, even in my debriefs, I talked about you, because I was like, once this presentation was brought out, I was like, there's going to be a question about this. And my recommendation was that at least have a rationale for why or why not a pilot would not exist. Because I think what we're talking about is, it's bigger than this. I think it speaks to, I think, some of the experiences that we've had as being part of this body, of either thinking about like, well, what about this? Could we try this? And then sometimes it feels like things can fall dead in the water with like, all right, well, was there thinking around it, or was there not thinking around it? And I'm pretty sure you all have thought. And so
Lots of thinking.
right. So I think within that space, being collaborative, I would encourage like there to be some greater thinking on a pilot, because I think you have to think about, yes, like the grade bands, what would transportation look like for like if you were to do a pilot. But I would certainly encourage that to exist, but I would recommend you to be a part of that process, to think about designing it as well, because I agree that I think we can't shut the door on anything if there's an opportunity to learn more about it. I hear the conversation around the priorities, which I agree with. And that said, there is an opportunity to be experimental and to learn about what the district is capable of. That's and then I think that's the piece to weigh. But yeah, I certainly encourage both of you all like to be a part of it. I'd be a part of that too. Like, but I would encourage. Like, I don't think it should be done just you all do it. I think it should be.
Yeah. So I'm the first one to want to innovate and pilot. But there is a time and a place to do that. It is not when the district is coming out of its SIP and has going literally legacy work that has never been pulled off in this district in like 5 decades, 6 decades. A long-term facilities plan, which if you start adding seats to empty seats, it becomes unclear in terms of the long-term facilities plan. Are we keeping buildings open? Are we trying to close buildings? What are we doing? Inclusion. That has transportation ramifications. It has building out of special education. Like, I take very seriously what this committee has asked for before us with the work we have laid out. And that work is incredibly difficult, strategic, and long-term. This school choice program would not benefit our district in any way right now, in any way, shape, or form. We're not looking to fill empty seats. That's not actually what we're doing. What we're trying to do is create high-quality seats. That's what we're trying to do. And anything that's taking our attention away from creating high-quality seats where we can look at every parent that lives in the city of Boston and say, we have a high-quality seat for your child, is something that should not be our priority right now. So while it would be wonderful to have the energy and the bandwidth to task the team across transportation, special education, multilingual learners, facilities, to launch what seems like only a small thing in 10 students, actually has lots of ramifications, because those 10 students then become 20 students the following year, 30 students the following year, or exponential if now you start getting people saying, we want to expand it, we want to expand it. Now there's a tension point between what we need to do as a priority in this committee, which is take care of the students of Boston, give them the high quality seats they and their families deserve who live in the city. And when it comes to a point that this system's optimized and we've fulfilled the plan in 2030 and we've continued to make progress in all the SIP areas and inclusion has been rolled out fully, and bilingual education is represented throughout the district, so that Rafa says, great job, we've met capacity with dual language and bilingual education and native language. Now we can start talking about innovating in ways that takes energy resource away from the system. But right now, at least from my viewpoint, we don't have that bandwidth to do that. So launching something that's a pilot for 10 kids, to what end? To say we launched a pilot? To say we tried it, school choice? There's a very good reason why 147 districts, particularly most of them that surround us, don't do this program. So that's, I think, like the part I'll just leave with the committee. It's got nothing to do with not wanting to operationalize pilots or doing innovation or taking, but it is very much that I feel a moral responsibility charged by this committee to make sure every student in BPS has a high quality seat and is cared for academically, social, emotionally, and in a building that is fit for them to be in. And right now, we are not there. So, sorry, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. I have a question. How many requests have we gotten from outside of the district at this point at any time in the year for people trying to enroll or interested in enrolling students?
Just the exam schools.
I mean, I said other than the exam schools.
Yeah. Since we don't have that opportunity, we really don't receive that as a request in that way.
But we do still receive those requests for the exam schools.
Every so often, it's actually, Chair, not like a regular thing. It's, I think it's more people who are thinking about moving into the city and they have questions about
Considering, yeah.
when I move in, when can I apply? It's that. It's not, I think people are fairly clear on the exam policy now.
You know how many waiting lists a student waiting for a school, bilingual school? A lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
We were just at the
The
Hernandez this
Boston
morning.
students, waiting list is a lot. If you, the student repeat, come the different district. Yeah. It's not good.
We sound like the people who were saying our city shouldn't take migrants. Like it is, if it's, we're literally in a horseshoe.
I don't think anybody has said that
I
at
don't think
all.
we feel that at all.
I think I fully disagree. No one has said that. In fact, this office was here like every step of the
I'm
way.
not saying this is what we're saying. I'm saying it is the same argument in a horseshoe. It's the same horseshoe argument. We don't
but
have
perhaps not in this
capacity,
room.
We can't do it. What about our kids who are here? It's a horseshoe. It is the horseshoe effect. It is the same argument. It's the reality.
I hear you. Like I hear you. Norman. I think the tension for me is doing it, but doing it right. Like it's
100%.
And it's like and so like even when I'm saying like I think a pilot should go through, I'm thinking like that's a 1 to 2 year project to like put that together. And so that's, again, I think it aligns with what you're saying, which is down the road, but you'd still have to think about all of these things as you were doing it. And it's not something that I think would be put together hastily by anything in this district. And so that's I think it's like the timeline of it for me, which makes it like, well, it makes it very complicated. Yeah.
We've accepted and we've welcomed and we have transitioned over 700 students of migrant families this year alone. Over 700. And when I say welcomed, I mean wrapped around services for families and their children that includes cross-departmental support that requires evenings, weekends, and everything that we can do to ensure that each child has access to the highest quality seat in our city. And
Thing we didn't.
because but however,
I'm saying
I appreciate your passion so much. I actually love it and respect it very much. And please don't ever change. And we also have to be conscientious when we make comparisons for an argument or for a discussion, which is clear that's what it was. I understood what you were saying. that we're actually saying almost the same thing, but from a different lens.
I just said that we're talking,
Yeah.
we're talking about the horseshoe effect. We are having the same exact conversation about two different issues using the same exact points.
Absolutely.
That is what I'm saying.
I agree.
But we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we didn't welcome migrant students. I'm saying the same exact counter arguments are the ones that we're using here. The same. It's the same. That is the theory.
Okay. All righty. I think what I'm going to say is thank you all, and the committee looks forward to taking action on this request at our May 14th meeting. We'll now return to public comment. Ms. Parvex?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any new business?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
guys.
The next school committee meeting will take place in person on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. here at the Bowling Building. We will be holding hybrid meetings, and folks can tune in through Boston City TV or on Zoom. We'll continue offering virtual testimony with 2 public comment periods. The first will be capped at our 1 hour, prioritizing in-person speakers. If time allows, remote testimony will follow, and after 1 hour, we'll move on to regular business, and those unable to testify will have a chance at the end of the meeting. If there is nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? I think we heard
Second.
both. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I'm going to give you an out of district.